runs, second in home runs, second in stolen bases, second in walk percentage, and second in weighted runs created plus.
Yeah, I saw that tweet, and I also saw people underneath, why does this even matter, blah, 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 because that's when Dan and them took over, right? That's when Dan took over and Edgar was there, and they started to try to formulate an offense. They tried to change their philosophy a little bit, and it's important to point out success because you don't have much of that here in Seattle with the Mariners. So, yeah, it is a fabricated stat, right? Because you're taking the end of last season and you're combining it with this. So be it.
Mm-hmm.
It just gives you perspective on which direction this team seems to be headed. They're 6th this year in OPS, 8th in slugging, 3rd in on-base percentage, 3rd in league when it comes to stealing bases. They bumped all the way down to the 8th most strikeouts. We're no longer top 2, top 3 like we're used to seeing. I will take these wins however you can. And no, it's fun to watch this team right now. No Polanco, no problem. He did come in and pinch hit yesterday, but this offense still got rolling. You got Rivas doing his thing, and that's what's needed, right? The top of the order has to be the top. You got to produce, but you need a little sprinkle of little homies down at the bottom of the order doing their thing. That was Rivas yesterday.
They are. Leo Rivas hitting 367. That's in 39 plate appearances, but you're right. Getting on base, he's getting walks, he's stealing bases. He's obviously the team is great about moving runners along in general. So that was stats going back to August 1st of last year. In 2025, they're 3rd in home runs behind the Yankees and Dodgers, 1st in walks. You mentioned being 8th in strikeouts with 268. You mentioned a couple other categories that we love to see as well, including 8th in runs scored. Why? I've got some sound. We've got some theories, and we're also turning to the text line, 866-979-3776. The Mariners' offense is looking legitimately good. Why? Here's Jay Buhner this morning with Brock and Salk.
Small ball, baby. Doing the little things. Get them over, get them in, steal a bag. Even Big Cal's got 4 bags. You know, when you get guys on the base paths, you put pressure on the pitcher. And you know what? They've been getting some timely hitting. That's what's been missing. You know, those sneaky one-run games are already starting to give Dan Wilson gray hair already. But last few have been pretty nice. That 7th inning lightning, baby. That was pretty special last night. And they're doing it from the bottom of the lineup. So it's good to see. And
Jay says small ball bump. Is that why the Mariners are winning?
Small ball. It's funny that he says small ball, yet what they're top 2 or 3 in the league when it comes to home runs. You know, that's not small ball. But I get what he's saying. And then I can also support small ball because they're bottom of the league when it comes to extra base hits. They're just hitting singles. Boom, single, bomb, single, bomb. So, yeah, it's about moving runners over and getting them in scoring position, and that's what they've been able to do. Yesterday, they were 5 for 12 in RISP, and that's what you need to see. Just get on base because they've shown so far this year that they have enough power at the top of the lineup, right? If the bottom gets on, the top is gonna bring you home with all the power that they've been displaying over the past month or so. So, yeah, I can see it. But when I watch them play, I don't think small ball. I think let's go yard because that's exactly what they seem to do every single game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think of last year's team, but a healthier version that is stealing more bases. Like they are obviously stealing more bases, and you're seeing some improvement with Julio a little bit and things he struggled with last year. But otherwise, to your point, Cal is tied for 1st in home runs. Jorge Polanco is tied for 4th in home runs. Like, this is still a club that, you know, is not built with a ton of on-base guys, per se. They're just managing to get it. So maybe you're someone out there who goes, yeah, my answer as to why the Mariners' offense is looking the way it is in April is just luck. Maybe you're someone who just thinks it's luck.
Yeah.
We're a month into the season, and maybe that's your answer. Maybe you're someone like Jay Buhner who says, I think they're playing more small ball. They're moving runners. They're stealing bases. Bump, you looked at those stats and mentioned that they are near the bottom of the league in extra base hits. So they are hitting it's either like a single or a home run.
Yeah.
It's kind of what they're doing.
Black or white.
866-979-3776. Someone said our hitters feel bad for pitchers. That's why they've been really solid in April. What do you make of a theory that it is Dan Wilson?
I think that's such a tough one.
I know.
Obviously, he has influence, right? You are the manager of this team, but this isn't basketball or football where you see every single play, every time down the court, every time on the field, the influence of your coach and what you want to do, because baseball is such individual battles. The manager, for the most part, is just managing personalities, and putting guys in the right spots. I think that the players have to be themselves, right? I look at Edgar more than anybody.
I agree.
And that's no disrespect to Dan. Dan has to be a master delegator. He has other things to worry about. But I look at Edgar because since he's come along, there's something different about the way these guys are handling themselves in the batter's box. I can't tell you what it is. I couldn't tell you. Because it's all some of the same thing, right? You swing out the good ones, you let the bad ones go by, you get on base, you move runners over, you sack fly when you have to. But there are little whispers that I think Edgar's put into their ears that allowing these guys to swing freely and to have a legit plan and stick to it when they're in the batter's box. I wish we could sit down and talk to Edgar. We spoke to him when he first got the gig in August, right?
Yeah.
I would love to talk to him now and just ask him, like, what are some of the key or the bullet points you give Julio? What are some of the bullet points that you give Polanco? Because that's the thing, is every batter is different. There are some things you're going to say to everybody. As a coach, I can have a message for my whole team, but then there are individual messages for each player according to what you need from them and their capabilities. So I look at Edgar more and say, all right, Edgar must be doing his thing.
I agree, and I would think that it would come from a combination of like an analytics staff and also a hitting staff when you talk about an approach to the plate as opposed to just from the manager. I think it's easy, and maybe I'm being stubborn with this take. I think it's easy to look directly at the manager and go, what are you doing? What are you doing, Scott Service? Get out of here. Dan Wilson comes in. Oh, my God, they're hot in September, and it was Dan Wilson's fault. Well, maybe it's because the quality in opponents changed. Maybe it's because they got a little healthier as the year progressed on into late fall. And maybe they were running into bad luck prior to that. Like, the manager clearly has an influence. Scott Service clearly had an influence. But he also had an influence on leading this club to 90 wins in back-to-back seasons. So I think I need to see more from Dan, like you, to think that it's a Dan thing. But if for people watching, they feel like there's a difference in the approach to the plate or in the strikes that they take, in like when they swing first, that to me feels like a hitting staff approach as opposed to a manager decision. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm just guessing based on things I've heard.
Yeah, it's there are different departments, and there are people who are designated to focus on certain things. And I think you always have to have the talent. Talent is the main priority. But then you got to have the right people in place to manage the talent and to help the talent when they're struggling, or to keep the talent in a good spot when they're playing well. And sometimes it's just a mental game. And I think baseball is such a mental game that you have to tip your cap to the people who are surrounding these guys. But end of the day, it comes down to the guys on the baseball field. It comes down to Polanco being healthy. It comes down to Randy being himself and swagging that whole thing out. It comes down to Ben Williams taking advantage of opportunities and Rivas doing the same thing. Talent is everything. It's up to the organization just to give those bullet points and those little nuggets of knowledge when either you're struggling or you're playing well.
I haven't looked for a week or so, says the 360, but I did not that long ago. The Mariners were second and third in baseball in the percentage of their runs scored on home runs. So it makes it pretty clear. The reason their offense is good is that they're taking walks or hitting and then hitting the ball over the fence.
Yeah.
So
walking all day, bombs all day.
And I agree with you. It doesn't necessarily feel like small ball.
It doesn't feel
or
like
it's the
small
way
ball.
that I think about it.
I mean, there are times where they are playing small ball, right? You just advance the runner, you get them over. But the majority of their runs are scored because we're going yard.
Yeah, and it's like I know every time someone has a successful bunt, like Samad Taylor did the other day, people are probably like, that's small ball, baby. And I totally get it. But again, you've got someone tied for first in home runs.
Right.
And someone tied for fourth. 19 home runs between Jorge Polanco and Cal Raleigh. So you're still getting power, guys.
It's just being versatile, right? When you have the ability to play small ball, you have the ability to drive runs in via the home run. You have the ability to not swing at good pitches. I mean, Polanco doesn't swing at nothing that's dirty. Like, he does not swing at his K rate's at 11% right now. He is seeing the baseball. So it's nice to see this the work. Nice to feel like the work is paying off from the spring. And again, you still got a lot of games to go, but you're 18-12, I believe, at this point. And it's good vibes right now. So let's see if they can keep this thing rolling, because they're going to need to, because they've been hit with the injury bug. And that's the one thing that concerns me. It's like, all right, can you rely on the bottom of this lineup day in and day out? Can the top continue to produce these runs day in and day out? Because you're going to have to. And I think you pointed it out before we came on, is that they're not winning like these close games like they used to last year. Like, we're not in that situation a lot. It's like there are some convincing wins happening more often than we saw last year. So that's always a good thing. But now it's, can you weather the storm of injuries? Because they got a lot of guys out.
Well, you know what's so weird is it's like there's been like 3 different stories of this team, and the good news is it's been an upward trajectory. When they started the season, it was, oh my God, as a team, you're hitting below the Mendoza line. This is painful to watch. Like, this sucks. I don't like this approach to baseball. And then they did start playing really close games where for a while no one had more games within 3 runs than the Mariners did. Like, they just were not pulling ahead. And then what we've seen more recently is not just them pulling ahead. To your point, it's not that close in some of these wins. Like, they're feeling like they're playing more complete baseball. It's a month. So, again, I know there are people out there.
Last April was good to us, too.
Yes. And I know there are people out there going, yeah, the Mariners offense is looking good because it's baseball. It's baseball. And I can't prove you're wrong yet. I cannot prove that you're wrong about that. But it's also hard for me to have watched this past month of baseball and not think that there is some genuine improvement. It's just hard to pinpoint what it might be, knowing that baseball is so volatile.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard to pinpoint, like, well, Jorge Polanco is not going to be Barry Bonds this year. However, it does feel like he's more confident.
Yeah. You just want this team to be better than they were last year. And just two steps forward from last year gets you into the playoffs. And so far, they've given you more this April, even though last April was all right to this club as well. They're giving you more to believe they have the potential to take those 2 steps forward. But they're also dealing with some stuff that they didn't have to deal with last year when it comes to injuries to the rotation and just the position players as well. But you need someone to stay hot. You need someone to be hot at all times, right? It can't be, Polanco's hot, and now he's not, no one's hot. It's been Polanco, it's been Cal. We're waiting on Julio. Randy jumps in and out as well. But that's how this team has to win.
866-979-3776. Mariners offense is looking hot. Why? 509, strikeouts are way down. 206 says Julio is getting better. You saw the they have more walks is a really popular one. Someone said perspective. I think they're responding in part to another text, but I think that's one way to look at it. I'll add on as we close out this segment and move on to headline rewrites that we know what it's not, which is quality of opponents. 8 of 11 opponents this year for Seattle have winning records. They have lost to 2 of those with Detroit and the Giants, but that doesn't mean that they don't also have series wins against opponents with 500 or higher records.
Yeah, they're beating good ball clubs. At least up to this point, those ball clubs are good.
So I'm just kind of taking off the table if there's anyone out there that's like, they've played bad teams. I don't think that's a true answer. So eliminate that from the conversation. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Bump's Lakers were eliminated by the Timberwolves after their Game 5 loss last night. What's the real headline?
It really was Lakers in 5.
Lakers in 5. Here's the thing. I was going to say something during the snapshot. This is how great we are. We are so great as an organization that we are in Stacy's snapshot to open the show. We in Seattle, and we are that great of an organization.
Who's we?
We. I die for this.
We're not Lakers.
I die for this. I am. My son's name is Kobe. You know the deal. But no, man, the better team won, and Anthony Edwards is a monster, man. He already was up there for me. He is now my favorite player in the NBA. The way he went at LeBron, has no fear, had a tough night last night. I believe it was like 0 for 10, 0 for 11 when it comes to threes, but found other ways to get his teammates involved, still dropped 20-something points. He is a dog. Luka, get your butt in shape. All right, we cannot rely on this 40-year-old man to carry this team. Luka, get in shape and play defense. He went. He had 9 blow-bys yesterday. 9 times that just went around him, like 20-something points. It's crazy. Luka, you have to play defense, but we need some wings. We need a big. There's some things we need to do. The better team won. Lakers in 5.
The Lakers were still kind of the masters of that trade with the Mavs, but you just know somewhere far away, Nico's going, well.
Yeah,
how the tables have turned. Look at that fatty out there.
Right.
Horrible with defense.
No defense.
Just kidding.
He's soft.
Obviously.
He looks like you.
But I mean, that was.
You poke him.
Yeah, quite literally.
But
that literally was like part of the reason that Dallas claimed to move on, right? He didn't try to get in shape. and he couldn't play good defense.
Yeah, and they showed it, man.
Obviously, it was a bad decision.
They went after him, and that is good coaching over there. You go after the player who only wants to play on one side of the ball, of the court, man. But hopefully this wakes him up. Get your butt in shape and move your dang feet, son. 9 blow-bys. Come on.
See, this is what I think some people do is when they don't have to be in perfect shape but can still be one of the best players in the league, is they're kind of like, but I know that I can eat a 16-piece of wings and come in here and ball. So they're like, why would I?
You know what it is
Why
with
would I
Luka?
not do that?
It was like my first time going on the road, calling games, like a few years ago, and I just ate what was convenient. And then by the end of the season, I stepped on the scale, I looked at myself, I go, son, you gotta change your ways. So hopefully he has that feeling, man, because that was scary for me. I hope it's scary for him.
The text line.
They're on my head right now.
253. This is new levels of cope from Bump. Sure, we got one win in this series and ultimately went out after Game 5, but everyone's talking about
Talking
us.
about us, baby. Keep talking
And
about
that's
us,
the
man.
But
real
we're
championship.
popular.
Keep talking about us. We're the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA.
Oh, God.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Bill Belichick, his girlfriend Jordan Hudson, and CBS News have all released separate statements about the editing of Bill Belichick's Trainwreck interview from over the weekend. What's the real headline?
I don't know how no one noticed this, but Jordan's was actually written in crayon.
Oh,
Which is
dang,
very interesting.
Dang.
You know what I'll say about this, Bump, is the same thing I'll always say about this. I don't know what Jordan's deal is. I don't know if she's controlling him. I don't know what this relationship is like. I don't know how they met. Whatever. It is very interesting to me as someone who does like juicy gossip and pop culture. But if I see one more person with she's only in it for the money, you think Bill likes her personality? You think Bill,
Yeah, he
Bill,
does. He
I'm
likes
just
his
saying,
personality.
Bill
Why
has
can't he
a
like her
chance
personality?
because Bill is obviously dating her because she's young and pretty. Bill could date someone his own age. Bill could date
That
someone
doesn't mean
20
he don't like her
years younger.
personality.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This
but
is
don't say he don't like her personality,
Sure.
though.
This is a transactional relationship that goes 2 ways. And I feel like the younger woman always gets a lot of hate in terms of like, oh, she's clearly with him for money. And why do you think he's with her? You don't think there's a 40-year-old woman out there that Bill might be interested in that's still 25 years younger than him? I'm
Whatever.
just
Yeah,
saying.
y'all do y'all thing. This is what I think about that situation. I'm gonna defend her right now. Okay?
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of what I was doing.
She is, I mean, in the professional world, because you know that people are looking at that interview, how she stepped in and said, "We're not talking about this, about how they met." They made it clear how they met. They met on an airplane in like 2021 or something like that, going to Palm Beach. All right, and if she is his publicist, and the interview is going to a place they don't want to go, publicists step in all the time and say, we're not doing that. It's the way she did it that makes her look all suspect. It was an attitude. It wasn't professional. Like, if you're going to be his publicist, you're going to have your hands all over his business, you got to be professional about it. So that's what rubbed me the wrong way with it. I don't think she did the wrong thing. And then there's conflicting stories. Bill is saying, we were just supposed to talk about my book. We're not going to go down that road. CBS is saying, no, we went into this interview and made it clear it's going to be wide range. So it's sloppy all the way around. I think if she would have been professional, be like, you know what, we prefer not to talk about that. Let's focus on the book. Then maybe it should be looked at differently. But man, date who you want to date. I don't care, man, as long as you're happy.
I think he is.
I'm sure he is.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, the Mariners ranked 11th in ESPN's most recent power rankings, up 5 spots from last week. What's the real headline?
It's pretty simple at this point. Give it 3 more weeks and they'll be the best team in baseball.
Math, folks.
Simple
That's
as
my
that.
math.
Simple as that.
Checks out for
Matthew
me.
Maffin. Mariners, man. I love baseball, and I hate it.
You hate it.
Yeah, man, because I like what I'm seeing right now, and we are paid to react. We have to react to what we're seeing, but the text lines be texting.
Okay.
Oh, it's early. They're going to fold. They're going to do this. And they might. They might do that. They might fold. The injuries might get to them. The pitching might fall off. Polanco is going to cool off a little bit. But just enjoy this, man. Enjoy this moment and be in it with this ball club, because I am. Because it's inevitable. They're not going to win every series this year. They're going to lose 2 or 3 games in a row, and we'll have to react to that. But so far, I like showing up to work and reacting to a winning baseball team, because there are months where we come on this show and we have to react to a team that's losing games 2-1 and getting quality starts.
You want to know my theory as well, and this is one that I'm sure you have a version of, and I think a lot of people think. I think there are some people that like to be mad about their team, no matter who their team is. Now, with the Seattle Mariners, obviously you have, a 21-year playoff drought. You have a right to be angry about your team. But there are other fans. Like, I guarantee you somewhere is a Chiefs fan that can't stop complaining about his team.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Somewhere is a Dodgers fan that's just complaining like, oh my God, they spent all this money and they're not going to win a World Series. Like, I just think there's a type of person that loves to complain. They leave angry Yelp reviews. They text into the text line and complain about something every single day. Like, there is just a type of person that's a negative Nancy that no matter what the Mariners or any team give them, they're going to be upset about it. On the one hand, I think sometimes it's from a place of emotionally protecting yourself because it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to believe in your team, think it's going to work, and then they lose. Like, that feels worse. It does. But I think it's also okay to say, God, it's beautiful outside. No Mariners baseball today, but obviously coming back tomorrow, and I'm just going to enjoy this good start by this team.
Let's get through May now. Come on, May. Be nice to us.
Yeah, we'll complain if they cool off and look horrible.
They're going to cool off. They're
going to cool off, but
it's inevitable.
I'll complain if it's something like they're still really competitive, approach the trade deadline, and then do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I'll complain. But you're not going to catch me complaining with 7 series wins in a row.
Yeah, for now.
Coming up next, 5 things we hate about this Mariners team. I'm just kidding. Why one NFL expert thinks Jalen Milroe will start a few games this year. That's next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but yeah, I felt like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like, I kind of had like an NFL, it's personal list, so like, it's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification, and we want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish cyberknife. Andy, tell us about your treatment.
The entire treatment was just 5 days, less than an hour a day. I spent more time commuting to the appointment than actually being in treatment.
Any side effects during or after?
I've had very few side effects. I've been very lucky to not have some of the side effects that I was worried about with other treatments.
What would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife, and I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Thank you, Andy, and congratulations. Reach out to Swedish Cyberknife directly. You don't even need a referral. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
One NFL expert thinks Jalen Milroe could start a few games this year. Daniel Jeremiah was on with Brock and Salk yesterday and had some takeaways for the draft class, talked Jalen Milroe, including some inaccuracy issues, and then talked about some potential contributors from day 3. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about those day 3 guys, in part because picks from days 1 and 2 were so exciting. Like, we all knew the names and we all knew their games. You know, it was fun to be able to talk about. So excited to get to that cut. We'll save for kind of the second half of this segment. First, on Jalen Milroe, Daniel Jeremiah on why he thinks he could start.
Okay, I'm going to say I think Jalen Milroe is going to get a chance to start two or three games. It's just hard. The odds are your quarterback. Yeah, the odds are your quarterback's going to get nicked up. He's going to miss some time. It's a long season. And this is one of the things I get excited about Milroe, and I understand he's got a long ways to go in terms of his development as a passer. But he's like the perfect skill set to me for such a thing. Like, it's, hey, we got, Sam needs a couple weeks. His ribs are messed up. We got to, we can run him out there, and we can just commit to his legs and that style of play for a couple weeks. I don't think initially you couldn't run him out there for much more than that because you're going to need more from him as a passer.
I'm going to go ahead and combine it with this one, more on Milroe's inaccuracy issues.
But the other side is, like, you also have to remind yourself, well, it is just one incompletion. You know what I mean? Like, there is something in his favor to that, gosh, even though it's a bad miss, like somebody that strikes out on a ball that's, 3 feet outside, like, it's still just one strikeout. So he's not polished by any sense. To me, the biggest issue is just getting his eyes and feet to marry up and connect. That's the biggest problem. But there are some throws that he's comfortable with and that he makes. The last thing I would say is that completion percentage in college is just not a useful number.
I don't know about that one, but I mean, Daniel Jeremiah knows infinitely more than I do.
I think I'm going to go back to what he said about Milroe.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
So I'm going to Milroe because I think that was the most interesting to me. I don't think he'll start games. I think he'll play in games. Because what that means to me, if you go from Sam Darnold to Milroe, you're skipping over Drew Lock. Like, he has to beat out Drew Lock first. This is the NFL. This ain't Friday night. I remember this kid who just got signed by the Patriots, Efton Chisholm, right? He was my star receiver at Monroe High School. And our quarterback went down, and I knew he could throw the football. He's our best athlete. I put him at a quarterback and said, all right, let's go do something. This is the NFL, right? If you're in the business of winning games, and I don't think that Milroe is going to be ready to go by mid-season to play in 65, 70 snaps and just be the quarterback that's necessary to win football games. I think he could play 5 to 10 snaps and impact the game. But I think you got to get through Drew Lock. Drew Lock has shown that he can put drives together. He can win some ball games. So if Milroe were to start, and I could be wrong, this is just my opinion. If Milroe were to start, that tells me that he is advancing quickly. And he always obviously brings something to the table that Drew Lock doesn't. But Drew Lock has been a pro in this league for a while. So I think it's going to be tough for him to do that. It could possibly happen. I could be wrong. But I think Drew Lock is more equipped right now to start and lead a football team.
Well, and look, I know that we all see Jalen Milroe's physical tools, and we're blown away by them. But when we had Mike Rodak of 24/7 Sports on, and he was talking about, like, I think Bama fans are kind of ready to move on, and that Jalen Milroe at times kind of looked like, again, Alabama reporters saying, looked like a great SEC passer. Seeing some good passers out of other conferences.
Yeah.
Maybe better. But I digress. That at times he kind of looked like he was evolving into that role, but ultimately almost stepped backwards and didn't continue to grow. So we've gotten also some people with blunt assessments of Jalen Milroe, where he was kind of like, some things you have to have naturally, and I don't know if he has some of these things naturally. Like, really hard worker, good team guy, but this isn't like a shoe-in for he absolutely will immediately become a great backup.
It's so hard to play quarterback.
Yeah.
It's the toughest position in sports. And you're right. A lot of it is natural. Like, some guys could be the most athletic dude in the world, and they cannot throw a football. They cannot throw a baseball. They can't throw a Frisbee. Throwing is not in their DNA. So you got to be a natural thrower, which I think he is. But then there has to be some type of touch. There has to be some variety in the way you throw the football. And that can be worked on, but a lot of it is natural. I'm not going to pigeonhole Milroe and say he cannot be that. But I'm just saying, to be successful in this league, you got to have the complete package. And sometimes you do more damage by putting a young man out there when he's not ready. Like, take your time with him. If he is the best runner in the league, as some people are already describing him, let him run. He can throw the football, but let's focus on what he does well and build this confidence in him. I would hate for them just to throw him out there and for him to have all this failure. The fans start not to believe in him. The boos start coming out. Like, you got to nurture the quarterback position. As much as some people don't like it, that's what it is. At the quarterback spot, nurture this young man and let him develop.
Let's go to some day 3 guys. Daniel Jeremiah asked, if you had to buy stock in any day 3 Seahawks pick, who would it be?
Horton. 100%. Yeah, he was my 73rd player. So to me, it was all just off of the injuries and going through that process. The 23 tape makes him a top 50 pick every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So, I mean, it's really just that simple. But the guy can do everything. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's smooth, fluid. He can separate. You can see he ran 4.41. He's got just kind of beautiful flowing change of direction. He can go up and get it. He's got a big catch radius. So, I mean, honestly, like the way my notes read better than 73, and that would have been a bargain if they got him there. I mean, so it's really just that simple. That's just the medical staff coming into the draft room and saying you can't take this player at this point.
I keep hearing multiple analysts say Horton is their answer for this kind of question. Why?
Why what?
Like, why is Torrey Horton someone who multiple people seem to agree, like, that they got a good one?
Yeah,
like,
because
what
you
do
got
you see
him
on
late,
his tape?
right? If he had a full season, he's probably going to be a first, second round pick. Honestly, he's smooth. He attacks the ball at the high point. His run after the catch is decent. The top of his routes is where I really judge a wideout. Can you create that separation, accelerate to deceleration to acceleration? And he does that well. No, this was a steal for sure. I think that Horton is the type of player, and the receiver position in general, right? That position now, you can throw guys in there, and they can play because they've gotten thousands and thousands of reps through 707 in their college programs. But no, Horton is he's your typical outside receiver, fast enough to go over the top, not afraid to go across the middle, good at the top of his routes when it comes to like digs and curls and all that.
What if I asked you the same question and I said, okay, which day 3 pick for Seattle? You have 5 choices, I think. If you had to buy stock in, who are you buying stock in?
Which day 3 pick? I'm pulling up their draft right now. I would say,
I mean, the 2 offensive linemen, you can, no
it's
offense
too
to
easy.
these offensive linemen, but we're probably looking at skill positions.
I mean, he ain't no competition. Is Robbie? Oots, like you said. It's Robbie, but let's make it difficult because that's the easy one. No one's gonna compete with him when it comes to that tight end spot. I'm going to say it is Damian Martinez. And I think it's Damian Martinez because he's going to do some things naturally that they're going to try to coach K9 to do, which is being patient at the line of scrimmage, allowing your linemen to get to their double teams, get to the second level, pull around, kick out the end. He just understands the flow of the run game, and he's in no hurry. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but that patience allows lanes to open up for him and for him to get downhill quickly. He can impress. He's almost like Charbonnet is the same way. Like Charbonnet knows when you know who you are, you're not going to force an issue. You know, I need that guard to get on that backer. I need that tackle to try to seal the edge right there. But K9 is so gifted that he's like, I'm just going to do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to go. So I think Damian Martinez will apply some pressure. I don't think he'll be the starter. But I think that he'll be here for a few years.
I think Damian Martinez could also be an interesting test of a widespread theory about NFL running back talent, which is you can find it late.
Mm-hmm.
That you can find solid talent late. You're not going to find Saquon Barkley late or Derrick Henry late, but like you can find someone that can get you 600 yards or 500 yards or 5 touchdowns. And I think that the NFL has seen an incredible devaluing of running backs as a result of that and a million other factors that have gone into that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have a story like Damian where he gets in here and all of a sudden he's your number 2 or he's having some significant contributions, kind of props up that theory.
Yeah.
Seahawks aren't the only team, right, that will have found, particularly in this draft, late day 2 and day 3 running back talent. It was a really deep class.
Man, that's how you build a foundation, man. Those day 2s, day 3s. I love it.
All right, you guys. Ryan Roland-Smith joining us at 11. Don't go anywhere.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford. You got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Wanted to talk about a couple things here before we get to Ryan Roland Smith. If you guys have Mariners questions you want us to, kind of slip onto our list for Ryan, you can text those in 866-979-3776. Okay, so 2 things I wanted to get to. First things first. Bump, earlier you were coping, and we were here for you and supporting you as your friend. I know that you believed with all of your heart Lakers in 5, and I thought that was beautiful. Unfortunately, it was not the Lakers winning in 5. It was the Lakers being eliminated
in 5.
And that's okay.
You know why? Because Shannon did this to us.
Shannon?
Yeah, he
No.
did this to us.
The distraction that
Shannon
you provided.
shenanigans got us.
I'll buy it. But what I started thinking is about some solid teams or maybe exciting teams that it just didn't pay off for. So I don't think that the Lakers were the best team in the NBA this year.
Because you're a hater. It's fine.
Right. However, it did start making me think of, like, what were teams, and you can go to any league and we can talk about, and Curtis, feel free to chime in, like teams that you thought, like, I really thought they'd get it done, or I really had more hope in this team, and they just didn't. And then because they didn't, we forget about them.
Yeah.
We move on and we never talk about the, 2016 Ravens or whatever it is, right?
This one's going to hurt everybody. They hate talking about this team here. But the 2012, 2013 Thunder with KD, Russell, Harden, they made it to the finals against the Heat. That team, KD's won an MVP. Harden's won an MVP. Russell's won an MVP.
Yeah.
They were young at that time. They had their moment. That team was ridiculous, and they just couldn't get it done. They went up against the first super team ever formed with LeBron and Bosh and D-Wade. So it was destiny, and I believe Miami was coming off a finals loss the year before to the Dallas Mavericks. So, they're on their revenge tour, but that team was ridiculous, man. They were in their youth. It's crazy that they're still playing at a high level right now, though.
Yeah.
Westbrook, KD, and James Harden, but yeah, that team was tough.
See, related to a KD conversation, we've had a conversation before about teams we thought would be super teams that were bad, and the Nets several years ago were one of those teams like you think it's going to be this amazing trio and it just doesn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking the teams that looked like they could get it done.
Yeah.
And then they didn't. No surprise, 2001 Mariners is a popular answer on the Mac and Jack's text line. Curtis, a question for you. You, me, and Bump were too young to properly analyze the 2001 Mariners, okay? But to you, in hindsight, when you've looked back at that year over and over every time anyone brings it up, legitimately, why didn't they? 116 wins. No one's touched it. No one ever will.
I think the biggest reason why they didn't win it that year was they just didn't have an ace level starting pitcher, like a guy. I know Jamie Moyer won 20 games that year, but that's not somebody that was going to strike out 200 plus guys. Like Freddie Garcia was really good, but they just didn't have an ace of aces, where the team that they went up against in the ALCS had Roger Clemens, and then the team that ended up winning the World Series that year was the Diamondbacks, who had Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling. They just needed more starting pitching. They didn't really add a ton that year at the trade deadline, and they still obviously rolled through the regular season, didn't slow down at all, and that offense was incredible. But just the lack of an ace outside of they had really good starting pitching, just did not have an ace of aces.
I think that we're going to leave, let's say, in 5, 6, 7 years, this era of who's good and who's not in the NFL, and look back at the Ravens. If they do not win with Lamar, with all this talent.
The Bills.
Well, and the Bills, and specifically because when it comes to advanced metrics, they're so good. It's not just, they've got stars and they win.
Yeah.
Like when the Ravens lost to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, they were the number one team DVOA, I think, total, offense and defense. They were a great team. And what if we leave in this era of football and neither of those teams end up with a ring?
I hope not, man. I hope Josh gets one. I hope Lamar gets one. But as long as Mahomes is around, we know it's going to be tough, man. One of those guys need to go to NFC and just stop dealing with each other and meet in the Super Bowl. Do you remember the LaDainian Tomlinson Chargers? They were 14-2 one year. LaDainian scored the most rushing touchdowns in the season. I'm not sure if that's been broken or not, but LaDainian Tomlinson was something ridiculous, man. And that offense was moving. It's crazy to me that they didn't win a championship. I believe they went to an AFC championship game. I want to say they lost to the Patriots, but that team was ridiculous. It was fun to watch the Bolts back when they were in San Diego in Qualcomm Stadium.
Yeah. There's been a couple of Yankees teams that I don't need to talk about, but we know that they're out there, and they also won in 2009. So as a Mariners fan, you won recently enough for me to move past it. Someone said the 2015 Panthers were stacked. Were they?
It was Cam. Was Christian McCaffrey on the squad yet?
No.
Nah, it was
and a lot of people,
Jonathan Stewart.
Yeah, and I think Greg Olsen was the number one receiver. I wouldn't call it stacked, and I think that's why Cam was a clear MVP
They had
winner.
good defense.
Yes.
But offensively, they did not have many weapons outside of Cam Newton.
Their style was just hand that thing off to Stu. Cam, you do your thing, and every now and then we get Greg Olsen involved. I think they were fun to watch because that was when Cam was doing the Superman celebrations and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's when he really became a villain, when people started buying into this. He's cocky, he's this and that, and now look at the league. You can celebrate all you want to and not get fined for it. I'm going to say another team, the Pittsburgh Steelers when they had Antonio Brown. When Antonio Brown was here with us, when he was still here with us, speaking logically,
yes,
and not tripping on social media.
Was Bell on the same teams?
Yeah,
with
Le'Veon
him?
was on that team as well. I mean, Antonio was going for 100-plus catches, 4 or 5 years in a row. He had Le'Veon Bell, who had a running style that we've never seen before, standing straight up in the backfield, kind of like what Ashton Genty does now, and so patient at the line of scrimmage. Their defense was on point.
Yep.
It's crazy that group of football players, with Ben Roethlisberger in his prime, that they weren't able to get a championship.
The 2014 Steelers, Antonio Brown, 1,600 yards. And 13 touchdowns.
How many receptions?
He did that on 129, a career high in receptions. Oh, no, just kidding. He had 136. Oh, my God. The 2015 Steelers, he had 1,800 yards. He did not have lower than 1,200 for 6 consecutive seasons.
That's crazy.
Like, he really did.
He's a Hall of Famer.
He is, but
he's a Hall of Famer.
I know, but
they're going to put his crazy butt in the Hall of Fame.
They will. You can't make the case that he's not as a player and as like an influence, like just a pop culture influence, a celebrity. It's just, although I think he was deep into the villain era, and now people almost laugh with him a little bit. Like, he still says problematic things, but I think he's been slightly more embraced. He like did a dip, and then I think he's slightly back.
He's back?
Not like back, but like he's not. There are far more problematic people that will not find themselves accepted back into NFL circles, I don't think. But yeah, Antonio Brown, man. Holy cow. And some of these Steelers teams were not collectively amazing. Like 2015, they were 10-6. You had almost 2,000 yards from this guy.
Yeah.
Just crazy. All right. We are going to bring on Ryan Rowland-Smith. Get back to Mariners. That's coming your way next.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford. You got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pregame at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down, and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Eastside Bavarian reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Please make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare for a safe ride home. Best wishes to the class of 2025 from the entire team at Eastside Bavarian, Western Washington's premier independent German car service specialist, online at eastsidebavarian.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Well, the seasons, they're changing. The guys are playing the sports outdoors. I know many are starting to maybe pull the lawnmower out and get back to the landscape and the outdoor work. I'm going to guess, Shannon, at IRG, maybe a little busier season?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. You know, we know when the seasons change, particularly when it gets warmer, people are in their houses pretty much all winter long with our cold weather, rain, et cetera, particularly here in the Puget Sound. And everybody's excited. They want to rush out and get going with their activity. I'm telling you, as a physical therapist for 35 years here, you need to prepare your body. So take time to warm up, increase some flexibility, do some stretches, because if you prepare your body and prevent injuries, those activities outside, particularly that exciting thing, mowing your lawn, is going to be healthier and it's going to be a lot more fun.
And you feel better. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. It's all waiting for you right there at irgpt.com. Wendy's.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Roland-Smith for Eastside Weight Loss. I have struggled with weight my whole life, and honestly, at times, I hated the way I looked in the mirror, and especially on TV. As a former athlete, I've tried every workout under the sun. Yeah, I can get in good shape, but you can't outwork a bad diet. I tried every new age dieting technique, supplement, protein powder, counting calories, you name it, and just got sick of all the noise. So I decided to schedule a free 15-minute consultation after hearing the ads and questioning if some of these success stories and weight loss stories were real. After speaking with Dr. Coogan, it all made perfect sense. Yes, it was going to take some discipline, but trust me, the results were well worth it. So since that phone call, it's been 60 days. I have dropped 30 pounds of body fat. I feel amazing, sleeping great, and the best part, I have a plan to keep the weight off. If you're looking for real results, do what I did, block out the noise, and get on a plan that gets you the results. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com for that free 15-minute consultation. It has truly been a life changer.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are winners of 7 series in a row. They just swept the Angels thanks to a 9-3 win last night. 6 of those runs were scored in an explosive 7th inning. They've got an off day today before opening a series against the Rangers tomorrow at 5:05 p.m.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Ryan Roland-Smith joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ryan, I am going to start with something that we were talking about that's kind of unrelated to the Mariners, but we were just having some fun with it. If you don't have an answer, that's okay. We were just talking about teams in honor of Bumps Lakers, who were unfortunately, Bump, I'm so sorry, ousted from the playoffs yesterday. We were talking about great teams we remember watching that just for whatever reason didn't win a championship. So I was wondering if maybe you could circle back, particularly from MLB. And
nah, give me a rugby team. I know there's a rugby team.
And
the Parramatta Eels.
Any memories of a team whose ending to the season just perplexed you because you thought, how did this team not win?
Yeah, the Cleveland, now they're the Guardians, but back then the Cleveland Indians, they were ridiculous. Like if you go back, what year was that? 90. All right, Curtis might be
95. They won 100 games in a strike shortened season. They won 100 games.
Yeah, unreal. It was like just looking at that lineup, and I always go back and look at look at like the 90s, look at the early 2000s, and look at some of these lineups, and that was insane. I remember, and then they had pitching as well, and they didn't win, but yeah, they were really good. So that's one team that stands out. I loved them too. I like they had like the brand new stadium, which was epic, and they had like the cool unis. They were wearing like red shoes. I thought it was cool, man. That was a team I really enjoyed watching.
and they didn't win. Couldn't believe it.
It's always so weird, and you always get to the end and you go, "What happened here?"
Yeah,
like,
for
how?
sure.
Is that when
The
Justice
2001
was,
Seattle Mariners. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a popular one on the text lines. Was that when Justice was married to Halle Berry? Was he?
That was So he was like that was like after Braves days, I believe, and I think so. I think that's when he was at his like epic Hollywood circle. Just that. Hey, by the way, baseball needs more of that, right?
Celebrity relationships.
Gina was holding it down for a while.
I
Gina was the
agree.
guy.
Right? I
Yeah.
mean, what's the deal? They need a little bit more, sprinkle a little bit more of that in. I'm telling you, that coming from Australia in a non-baseball country, they need that. I'm telling you.
I
right
agree.
now.
And baseball players make the most money, and it's guaranteed. Like, come
Livy Dunn isn't enough. All love to Livy Dunn, but I need like 12
No, I
celebrities.
get it, I get it too. The kids now, like they all follow these TikTok influencers. Like celebrities, a little bit different, but I'm talking like the mega stars.
Yeah,
you
I
know
want
what
like an
mean?
A-lister.
Exactly.
All right, you guys ready to talk some real baseball now?
Yeah.
Yesterday, man, it was fun. Ryan, I was looking at that lineup, and I didn't expect much out of it. I'm like, man, Polanco's out. We got Rivas down there, but they found a way to win. And explosive. What was it? The sixth inning where they got going. What are you seeing from the bottom of this lineup? Because I feel like that's going to be the key to this thing, right? The guys who aren't household names have to be able to produce like Rivas did.
Yeah, I think first of all, comparing this team when you're looking back at lineups and whatnot, years past. I'm even going back. I'm not talking about last year. I'm talking about like years prior to that. Offensively, it was, and being a former pitcher, you look and go, all right. Once I get through 5, then I got 6, 7, 8, 9. I used to look at that at lineups. There used to be a couple lineups that I'd face. I'm like, oh man, like this is kind of. I just got to make pitches. And now what you're seeing when you have a pest down the bottom there in Leo Rivas, and we talked about, I think I talked to you guys about this a couple of days ago. Some of that JP influences, I think, has rubbed off on him, whether they've talked about it directly or not. Because watching what they're doing, Ben Williamson is starting to get pitched a little bit differently. But watching what they're doing, basically, it's not like they're going to get a 3-run bomb here and put you out. But they're just adding 2 to 3 pitches per plate appearance when you're talking 7, 8, 9 at the very least. And then on top of that, then you got base hits, and then you got speed too. I'm telling you, when you have to get, as much as Julio's not playing to his potential, when you are facing Julio Rodriguez, who just, whether he's slumping or not, crushes mistakes, and you've got someone at second base. You notice how many times they had to do that little spin move, even yesterday, the last couple of days to second. I mean, you had guys bouncing off the bag at second, not to mention at first base too. So you have the extra pitches per plate appearance. You have some of the hit that goes with it down the bottom of the lineup. And then also, too, you just have the annoyance on the bases. You cannot get 100% dialed in to face a guy who's going to crush a mistake when you've got a pest out there first and second base. And they're doing all those little things, and it's just making a massive difference. Didn't have that years in the past. You just didn't.
I think sometimes we're all tempted to, and I include myself in this group of people, I think we're all tempted to figure out what's real and what's not when our team starts succeeding. And I just think April is way too soon to do that in baseball. But then it's like, how do you satisfy this urge of wanting to know where your team might be better? So I'll ask a different question. And
are we talking just offense here, or are we talking
just
the whole
offense?
thing?
Just
Okay.
offense.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Mariners, I'll just say, what for you is really working for them? Like, what seems to really be working?
Well, I think first of all, someone texted me. I was listening to you guys when I was driving down the street just 20 minutes ago. Someone said, the strikeouts are down. As a matter of fact, they're still striking out a lot still. They still are. But they're doing better things with 2 strikes. So one thing that I am enjoying is you get into this 3-2 counts. We're seeing the most pitches per plate appearance. And not just bottom, the whole lineup. And they're doing damage. All of a sudden, they're putting guys on ropes and doing damage. A year ago, they'd get 3-2, and you're like, oh, great, what a grinding at bat. And then it's a big swing and miss. And you're like, oh, God, man, okay, yeah, sweet. It took him 6 pitches. That's great.
Right.
And that's awesome. That's a great foundation. And you adding some pitching, but hey, man, there's a runner on second. Let's go. Like, put the ball in play. It's just a different look. The contact rate is way up. If you're trying to fight against the strikeouts, the strikeout to walk ratio is one of the best, if not the best in baseball, especially the last 15 games. So some of these little things, the runners in scoring position is starting to creep up. I think when you look at the numbers from the season, that factors in early on where they just weren't doing anything when it really counted. So some of these things are huge, and I think too. You guys asked me last time I was on, does this team have to have Julio Rodriguez to be an absolute superstar to do things offensively. I said yes, they do. But in the meantime, when your offense is carrying this team, not the pitching, not even close, the offense is, and your runs per game is up there with the LA Dodgers, I think what you need to have with that, while Julio is, I would say it's 70% capacity right now in regards to what his output's hopefully going to be at the end of the year, you got a J.P. Crawford who he's sprinkling in the approach to go on to left field as well as some of the power to go with it. You got obviously Polanco. I mean, you can talk about him for days. And then you've got, Cal Raleigh, who he's getting better with 2 strikes to go along with the power. So you have all these little elements that are just filling up your lineup and just having that depth. And so I keep going back to the depth, and what they do when it really counts is being the biggest difference and the eye-opener for me.
Hey, Ryan, we opened up the show with this stat from Buster Only. You might have seen it already. Since August 1st, 2024, the Mariners played 82 games, or basically half a season. Their AL rankings in major offensive categories: second in runs, second in home runs, second in stolen bases, second in WRC plus. And the text line was like, why? Why does that even matter? And me and Stacy were having a conversation. We're saying, well, Dan and the squad took over in August, and the offense got better. Edgar was there as well. So now we're seeing what we're a couple months into this season, and we're seeing some of the same things. So then we tried to place value. Like, is it Dan? Is it Edgar? Like, what do you think it is? Who gets more of the love when it comes to the offensive numbers being put up?
Man, that's in regards to one, like if for example, and by the way, I'm with you, some of the texters as well. I don't like it when numbers carry over because completely different team, different vibe, culture, everything is so different, and different set of goals too. So I'm not big on that. However, you make a great point. The fact that's when Dan and Edgar stepped in, and that's really, really legit. So in other words, let's say you took Dan out of the equation, just had Edgar or vice versa, I would say, to be honest with you, it starts at the top of your staff. It starts in that day one of spring training when it's this feeling of, you know what, this is an environment that I am comfortable in. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. This is a place that I can walk into a manager's office and have a conversation if I need to, and I'm just going to get some honesty back. So I think, honestly, Dan Wilson, I got to put him higher over Edgar in this case. And because not just offensively. I go back to the bullpen. The bullpen's been scuffling, right? Dan Wilson, they're limited in the bullpen right now because of some performance and trying to figure this out. And also, too, because you've got a starting rotation and you're in this position with a starting rotation which has not gotten deep into games. Now you're dealing with not just one injury in George Kirby for the month of April. Now you got Logan Gilbert to put in that. You got a Bryce Miller who's a little bit in his head right now. So you're dealing with that as well. And you also come every day and have that feeling like when it's 3-3 like yesterday and it's getting late and you get Legumini gets out of that inning, you just have that feeling. I looked at Aaron and I just kind of said, like, yeah, they're good. Like, we're good here. Because you just know that, not because they're red hot right now, you just know that this bullpen that they're facing, this Angels bullpen, has got no chance of keeping these guys zeros for the rest of this game. And a lot of that starts at the top with the kind of the tone you really set and the comfort level for some of these players.
Ryan, I'm glad that you mentioned those injuries. Logan, I'll throw in Luke Raley, Dylan Moore, who hopefully comes back here pretty soon. But when you look at the list of injuries, a fairly extensive one, Victor Robles, that the Mariners are dealing with, have you started wondering whether or not they're going to have to add from outside or call someone up?
Yeah, I think what I'm hoping for is that there is just like a no-brainer situation where you get to the trade deadline and they're 5 games up in the AL West to go ahead and add. Right. I think, and we're talking, I know you're talking about now, but I'm talking about, I don't see any situation if it's adding, unless it makes total sense and you can really have, if you're talking about going out and getting, like if you're talking like a JD Martinez or a Rizzo, one of those guys, the asking price for those guys is really high. It really is. And it's like, all right, yeah, you want me to come and fill a gap for your injured player, not just the Mariners, but 5 or 6 other teams that probably have needs as well. Guess what? I'll come in on 1 year, but if you're going to pay me a 1 year for these guys, this is what you're going to pay me. Otherwise, I'm sitting at home. I'm fine to sit at home. That's what's happening right now. So it is going to cost a lot of money if you're talking about those players. But I think if that's not the case, teams, I know we saw this last year with Luis Ariz. I don't think teams are as willing as I thought maybe as these years go on to start making trades and moves at this, like early on. But I think once you get to, I would say, June, and all of a sudden you're looking around going, man, we are depleted here. Then you've got some real issues. And you know what? Look, the biggest one for me, guys, I think is Logan Gilbert. Do you remember going back to Friday? The energy on that team, I mean, me included, I was calling the game, but the energy down on the field was just zapped because you just lost your dude who is 200 innings, is going deep into games usually. You lost your guy. And so that's the one, the Logan Gilbert one, it kind of concerns me a little bit. How long is this going to take to come back? Are they going to try and rush him back? Now, are they going to try and rush George Kirby back as well? That's the one that concerns me a little bit. Because, again, as much offense as we've seen, this team's foundation, they will get to the playoffs based off what their rotation can do, keeping it 1 or 2 runs into a 7th inning pretty much consistently, 6 days a week.
I know you're focused, on the Mariners, right, doing your thing, but I'm sure you peep around the league and see what else is going on. Is there a move or a player that was affiliated or talked about with the Mariners that's balling right now that you're saying, man, if they only would have grabbed him, this team could be even better?
Off the top of my head, there's no one coming to mind. I know the minute I get off with you guys, I'll be like, boom.
Texting us. Is this
I'll
guy?
be texting you guys. Yeah, and you guys can throw it out there if you're still talking about it, if you haven't moved on to football yet. But
we'll do a
no, there is,
fan.
man, I was thinking this the other day. Like, there someone who has talked about, maybe Texas can help me with this too, or someone who's just killing it right now. But nothing off the top of my head, to be honest with you, is in regards to who they could have gone after to get. I'm trying to think.
Well, let me change this. Going into this season, because we were being sold a lot, right? Management, everyone upstairs is saying this is going to be a good team. I'm sitting there saying, all right, yeah, we'll see. And it seems like so far, they seem like a pretty good ball club. Did you expect this kind of start from these guys? What were your feelings of the squad going into the season?
I was expecting... I've always kind of had that tone, like, it's very hard to replicate 2024 pitching because you are going to run into injuries. And I said that, before spring training, during, even with George Kirby, everything else. I wasn't expecting a couple things. Number one, offensively, you know what? I'm kind of not surprised, to be honest with you. Even though you lost Victor Robles, even though Julio isn't quite at that place where it's, crushing that fastball middle end. He's super aggressive. The chase rate's through the roof. Ground ball rate's very high. Outside of that, and that's the one only surprise, the fact that he's not the main contributor and they're still doing what they're doing. However, offensively, I'm not surprised. I thought that would be better. I thought they'd be running a ton, so I'm not surprised about that. I am surprised a little bit in regards to the pitching, just a little bit, just with Bryce Miller and Luis Castillo, who's coming off a really, really good outing. A couple of those guys, and look, Logan Gilbert. What are you going to do? Injury. However, when you're talking about performance, a little surprised with what we're seeing from the starting pitching, which is really, really hamstrung the bullpen and created a bit of a mess. But besides, so that's the only surprise. Offensively, I'm not that surprised. The only one, like I said, would just be that Julio's not just carrying the weight of this team.
Ryan's weekly visit is brought to you by Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Ryan, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, guys.
Most popular answers on the text line to your question, Pete Alonso and Bregman. But I don't know how realistic either was. I think a lot of us wanted Alonso and felt like he was more of an obvious free agent, like he might go wherever. He didn't. And then Bregman, maybe those ties to Houston. I think a lot of people were like, yeah, that'd be cool. The Mariners aren't going to sign him. No. And he ended up signing for less than people thought with Boston. I will throw in, for a while, the biggest name we saw connected, Tristan Casas. Isn't he not having a great year?
Yeah, his first home run he hit was against the Mariners, but he's not played very well at all.
So I think it's a mixed bag. It's an okay question.
Give it to me.
It is a good question.
Thank you.
It is a good question. Let's get to 4 down territory.
This is 4 down territory.
It's a goofy question.
What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus?
We have 4 more questions for you. First down, what can the NFL do to protect their draft prospects?
Did you know that the NFL sent Shedeur Sanders' number to 60 people per team via email? 60 people per team had this new number that he got. So that means around 1,900 people, 32 teams, had his number. Come on, man. And that's why this happened. I saw Kyle McCord got some prank calls as well before his draft. We talked about Cooper DeJean as well, Abdul Carter. Like, NFL, you got to do better. This is what you do. You give it to your GM and let him decide who gets this number and who doesn't get this number. So it's not surprising, especially in today's world with technology, and these kids are so tech savvy. They find ways to get into places and get numbers or whatnot, and we have these situations pop up. Kids being kids, but the NFL isn't doing enough to protect these guys from this embarrassment. Like, could you imagine? I was an undrafted free agent. If my phone would have rang in the 7th round, I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
We getting it.
It's
you
a
get
dream
all
come
excited and just to be let down. So there are some things the NFL can do and should do to protect these guys in this moment because you want this experience to be great.
I feel like it's like a red flag type of joke is a little dramatic, but I will say this is not something I ever would have done as a teenager. It's not something any of my friends would thought was funny.
Nah.
And I think there's a type of person. I know we've all been like, kids make dumb decisions, and they do. And these guys are young, but like, I think a type of person thinks this type of humor is funny, and I don't know many people that do.
Nah, it ain't right.
It's not.
Protect the draft prospects, man.
Second down. I like this one. Who do you think will have an Adrian Peterson-like comeback?
So if y'all remember, what year was that where AP tore his ACL? 2010?
I think so.
2010, he came back,
$2,000,
rushed for 2,000 yards. And that's when I realized that big scar that my dad has on his knee from tearing his ACL, this is different now. He got it's like a foot long. They had to open him all the way up and reconstruct that thing. Technology is different. I saw a video of Stephon Diggs 5 months after this injury running routes full speed. It made me scared for him. I'm like, slow down, man. You don't have to be running this hard. But he's getting after it. From 2018 to 2023, my man had over 1,000 yards. One season he had 10 touchdowns, one he had 11. So now he's over in New England with Drake May. You got a young quarterback over there. Kyle Williams, go Cougs, should be the other receiver to the left or right of him. And Drake May, if he's smart, which I think he is and that organization is, they're going to feed Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs is going to win Comeback Player of the Year. If he can stay healthy and get through this year, he still looks good. He's moving good. He's primed for another 1,000-yard season. If he didn't get hurt last year, he was going to go for another 1,000 yards. I'm putting my money on Stephon Diggs. If I were a betting man, I'd go to Silver Reef Casino and put some money on Stephon Diggs.
Someone said, by the way, related to your first down, stop calling draft picks before they're picked. Let them find out on TV like everyone else. The emotions would be higher. That's how the NHL does it. I like draft calls, though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with it.
I like the call.
Yeah.
I like the call.
Third down.
Gotta get your hat ready.
Yeah. How are fans showing Shedeur Sanders support? That was hard to
All right.
say.
That's a tongue twister. How are fans showing Shedeur? Dang, 4 S's in a row. I set you up with that
Careful
one.
there. Don't. You're going to make Matt hit the dump button.
Shedeur Sanders, drafted in the 5th round, character issues to some, but the fans are still supporting him. I think the young people are still supporting him. He has the #1 selling rookie jersey in the NFL right now. It started off being Travis Hunter, then it was Cam Ward, but right now it's Shedeur Sanders. So what does this tell you? It tells you that young people rock with him. It tells you that there are more young people who relate to him than any other person drafted in the NFL draft. And that's okay. And I think that we're going to see more Shedeur Sanders type of kids, especially in like the NBA with all these, I don't want to call them nepos, but.
Just say nepo babies. It's okay.
Nepo
Everyone knows
babies
what you
in the
mean.
NBA. It's crazy the juniors that we see coming through the NBA. And we're going to see more of that in the NFL. We've seen a lot of it already. But I think that this just shows that the connection with the youth is there. It's the connection with the GMs, the head coaches that really hurt Shedeur Sanders. And he rubbed them the wrong way. But he's laughing to the bank right now. He has a #1 selling rookie jersey. So good for him. Now I just hope that he comes in focused and ready to go, which I think he will because he is a good quarterback.
Yeah.
It's just you don't like his personality, but I think the young people are rocking with him.
I will give you 2 choices that you get to know everything about. #1 is everything about Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. Like, how did they really meet? What's really going on behind the scenes? What are the dynamics of that really like? I don't know why people are just like focused on that, but it is a big topic. #2, you get to see one of Shedeur Sanders. You get to be a fly on the wall to see one of his interviews.
Oh, I want to see an interview.
Nope.
All day.
Without hesitation.
I thought
that's
you
what
would
I
go
care
Bill
about.
Belichick, though. I thought that's more your lane.
Yes, it is typically my lane, but given the fall and given that some of these stories are wild, like the idea of like, and who knows if this is true, it's all alleged, but like, oh, he took a FaceTime call during an interview.
Yeah,
Like that one, I don't even know if that was a real
That's
report
crazy.
or if that was just circulated. Like, I don't know, man. I gotta see one interview from beginning to end. I want to see one of his interviews.
I want to see the worst one.
I want to see it Big Brother style with like a camera just planted, like a static camera. Fourth down. Rookie minicamp starts soon. What advice would you give to the rooks?
Rooks. Now, I'm going to talk to the undrafted guys first because these are the guys who have to impress really during this rookie minicamp. You're not friends with anybody. You are not friends. Even if you come in and it's all hugs and smiles and stuff, he is not your friend. He is your competition. I think some guys kind of get lured into that. Like, oh, it's just like college. It's just like the NFL. No, it's not. This is competition. They will cut you tomorrow. No joke. Finish first in everything. Be early. No assignment errors. You stay in that playbook. Don't go out. Don't go see the city. You see the hotel room. You see the locker room and the training table. That is it. And I think that some people fall into this. It's just like college, and it's not. This is competition. This is a job. You're getting paid now. They're going to pay you to go to rookie minicamp. Don't talk to nobody. Sit at your locker before your practices. Treat it like a game. This is serious. I was talking to some undrafted guys that I know throughout the country, and this is the advice I'm telling them. Like, those aren't your homies, man. Like, you can be cordial. You don't have to be an a-hole to nobody, but they're coming for your job, and you go for their job. You size up everybody that's in that locker room, and you take them down one by one because it's about to get cutthroat. It's real out there.
Stories on Nicky Manwari, LeBron James, and maybe the new name for Utah's hockey club coming up next in the timeline.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like an NFL, it's personal list, so like it's a funny thing I put myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car today and pay you right up front, but it gets even better after that. Because once they resell your old car, they share 50% of the profit with you. I was recently at Wayscar Ford getting service on my new Bronco, amazing car, and from there I caught up with Mark, the GM. They've been sharing their profits with customers utilizing this program for several years now. In fact, there's a whole page on their website dedicated to photos of happy customers with those giant oversized checks. He said people take advantage of the program because it's so much easier than just selling a car yourself, and you get way more money than if you were to just trade it in. Wayscar Ford offers a way to get a lot more money for your car without having to go through the hassle of trying to sell it yourself. This is a no-brainer, and it's only at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn. In Auburn for over 103 years, wayscarford.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. Zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
My teacher is the best because she gives us pajama day.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline, so let's get to it. We've got our first one leading off with Seattle. The Seahawks have given safety Nicky Manwari jersey number 3. He's the first player to wear that number since, obviously, Russell Wilson was traded in 2022. Our following questions. Should Russell Wilson have his jersey retired by the Seahawks?
Negative.
What?
No.
Why?
He shouldn't have his jersey retired. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
I don't think he is anymore.
You don't think so?
Nah, I don't think he is anymore. I think he's got to put together one or two more solid
Phillip
more
Rivers
years.
becomes a Hall of Famer, why would Russell Wilson not be a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think Phillip Rivers is a better quarterback, though.
You think Phillip Rivers is a better quarterback than
In his
Russell Wilson?
prime, yeah. I think he was.
But then you've got the Eli argument where you go, well, at what point do you give credit to trophies? Russell Wilson has one.
Yeah,
he went
has
to
two,
another.
But he beat
Phillip Rivers didn't touch
He beat
one.
Tom Brady though twice. Here's Barr. He goes, Tom Brady, he's nice. Psych, beat him
But
twice.
that's what I'm saying though, is like when people give Eli Manning, like I don't know how many people would say Eli Manning is fundamentally a better quarterback than Phillip Rivers, but they'd go, well, Eli's in the Hall because he's got 2 rings.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, at one point, do you like how many extra points does Russ get on his Hall of Fame resume by virtue of having a trophy?
He gets some points, but Russell, he still doesn't even have. He's still like 20,000 yards behind Phillip Rivers when it comes to passing yards. Like, he got some work to do. Matthew Stafford's in front of him. Those are active players, and obviously Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers not being active. I don't know, man. I think these last couple of years kind of hurt Russell's Hall of Fame case.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Anytime you go out, not in a blaze of glory, but with kind of like a backfiring muffler on a car sounding horrible. Someone said, and he backstabbed Pete and John. Real question, how did he backstab him?
Because he wanted to leave?
A broken relationship doesn't mean that there was that Russ was backstabbing them. He told them to their face, then trade me.
Sometimes fans don't.
Allegedly.
Fans just expect players to be Kobe, to stay forever, to be certain players. That rarely happens. And when you're around somebody, I mean, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady had the most success you can have as a duo, and even they split. Like relationships, people change and they grow apart, and they're different. No, I don't think Russell backstabbed him. I think it hurt Seattle. It hurt the fans out here that he left for sure.
I don't know how you
part of the business.
I don't know how you backstab in the NFL outside of giving your playbook to another team. I truly don't know how. I don't know about this person's definition of backstabbing. Did he not try to get them fired? That's not what I heard.
Nah, where are you hearing this from? Who you know? Who you been
the
talking
rumor
to?
at the time that Russell Wilson, prior to him being traded, the rumor at the time was that Russell Wilson basically went to Jody and said, it's Pete or me, or that there was a version of it's me or it's Pete. You must fire Pete. This was just a story. I heard versions of this and that this didn't happen. So I could not tell you what happened. But like, since we don't know.
Well, hey, y'all let me know on the text line. Am I tripping? Is Russell Wilson, should his number be retired here? No one wears number 3 ever again. Like who we got up there? Walter Jones. Was Cortez up there as well?
Who's Curtis off? Do you know whose jerseys are retired off top?
Largent, Cortez Kennedy, Walter Jones, and Kenny Easley.
Okay, so he didn't have those careers.
Yeah, not touching those careers. He's not touching those.
He's the best quarterback ever to play for the Seahawks.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says.
And it's not even
back that up with stats.
either.
Yeah,
it's not close.
He is the best. But, I mean, Walter Jones, man.
Walter Jones is an all-time Hall of Famer. Walter Jones is going to be every lineman's favorite lineman. Like, that's like saying the Tom Brady conversation, though. There's got to be room for someone who was just the best at his job.
It doesn't mean Russell wasn't nice. I'm just saying, though, you got to be a Hall of Famer. If he gets into the Hall of Fame, then you retire his jersey. And I don't think he gets into the Hall of Fame.
You don't?
I don't.
I don't think he gets in first ballot.
For sure
I think
not
he gets
first.
in. And then think about legacy. Voters won't say that they're considering this, but they will be considering the fact that not only was he like a short quarterback who came in and defied stereotypes, a mobile quarterback who came in and made us rethink, what we talk about quarterbacking. Some people might take issue with it, but I think it's an important part of his story that he was the second black quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. I don't know how he's not in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know, man. I don't think he gets in. He got to ball out this year. Who's he playing for?
The Giants.
Giants. Okay, good luck, buddy. Respect to Russ, though. Respect to Russ. Greatest quarterback in Seahawks history. I just don't think there's enough. It's so borderline. Like it's not definitive yes or no. It's definitely borderline.
Is Jackson Dart starting? Jackson Dart was drafted. They traded back in and got him.
Is he starting? Nah. Russell's gonna start.
What if Russ balls out?
Let him sit.
He can't ball out. They don't have enough
let's not force these quarterbacks into horrible situations, man. That's why you got these veterans over there.
Okay. I will say the text line's pretty split. A lot of people are with you, and not only with you on Wilson. They say, I don't think in general we should retire like a bunch of players' numbers. Like someone said, let's stop retiring numbers and just do Ring of Honor. Someone else said, best quarterback ever for the Seahawks. Let's see.
It's all contingent.
The jersey retirement, I think the Seahawks kind of hold that as like the inner circle of the Ring of Honor. Like you are the best
it's
of the best.
It's the honors
in franchise
class Ring
history.
of Honor.
I feel like the only guy who is a lock to have his jersey retired by the Seahawks in the next like decade is Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
Okay, and another thing I want to introduce, and yes, co-sign with both of you on that one. Another thing I want to introduce is the concept of a quarterback's job versus someone else being elite. Earl Thomas is a clear Hall of Fame talent at safety, okay? Richard Sherman was at one point, and Patrick Peterson would argue with you, but the best corner in the league.
Mm-hmm.
That secondary, that defense as a whole, had a bigger chunk of responsibility for winning that Super Bowl than did Russell Wilson alone. However, a quarterback's job is the hardest job in sports.
Yeah,
and I don't think that you can just say, I don't think they win a Super Bowl with just anyone at quarterback, with Chad Pennington or like whoever. I shouldn't say Chad Pennington, I don't know why. With Trent Dilfer at quarterback, I don't think they're like that version of the Ravens that just goes on.
I think they win with Trent Dilfer at quarterback.
You are forgetting what Russell Wilson did.
No, I'm not forgetting what Russell Wilson did.
I'm pulling up Russell Wilson's stats right now from 2013.
We just talked about one of the greatest defenses of all time.
Yeah.
Who did Trent Dilfer play with? One of the greatest defenses of all time.
In 2000 and 2001.
He still played one of the greatest defenses of all time. Trent Dilfer will win a Super Bowl with that defense. He'll win a defense with that championship with that.
No.
Hey.
In 2013, you needed a more prolific passer. You could not go 4 games.
Hold on.
In the year of our Lord, 2013.
Hold on. Did he not have Marshawn Lynch still over there running the rock?
Yes.
All right. All right, let's look at Russell Wilson's stats that year. Look it up that year.
Okay, here I go.
Tell me what my man did.
Watch me work. Okay, 2013. 63% completion percentage, 3,300 yards, 26 touchdowns,
which was average.
No, it didn't.
It's
no,
average.
It didn't. He set a rookie record the year before with 26 touchdowns. He threw for the same amount of touchdowns with 1 fewer interception. He only had 9 interceptions. He was a Pro Bowler.
Stacy,
let me get to the rushing yards. In 2013,
3,300 yards and 26 touchdowns. Come on now. Come on.
Let's look up Trent Dilfer's numbers.
He had like 15. He had like 15.
Let me go. Let me go ahead. No.
He only
Let's see what
started
Trent
8
Dilfer
games that year.
Let's watch Trent Dilfer work in this offense. Ooh-wee. Let's see him go. Okay,
give it to me, Trent.
Trent Dilfer. Here we go. 1,502 yards and 12 touchdowns. Let him cook.
11 interceptions. 12 touchdowns to 11 interceptions.
Like you said, it was a different league. You put him in this. You put him in this era.
No.
He's throwing the ball a bit more.
Russ threw for more touchdowns.
Give me his best
in that Super Bowl season than Trent Dilfer's touchdowns and interceptions. Trent's best year.
Highly disrespectful to Russell Wilson to compare
was with
Tampa
Bay. With Tampa Bay, get ready for that. Are you sitting down?
I'm sitting.
2,500 yards.
Yeah.
And 11 interceptions to 21 touchdowns.
He can do it.
Uh-oh.
He can do it.
Look out.
He can do it. He can do it. Russell's better, but Trent can win with that too.
Let me go ahead and go down this page to Trent's rushing yards. Let's see here.
Come on,
what do we got going on? No, hang on.
No, you're just trying to pile on that. Nobody cares about Trent's rushing yards.
I care about his rushing yards. Are you ready for this?
We know that.
Let's see yards. He had a long of 19 yards. Good
That's
for
not
you.
what he does.
75
total rushing
That's not
yards.
what he does.
75 total rushing yards. Let's see. Let's go to Russell Wilson in 2013.
Y'all some homers,
What's this?
man.
539.
Y'all some homers, man. Y'all some homers.
Russell Wilson and Trent Dilfer.
Not everyone's talking about the Lakers. Michael Bumpus.
Y'all some homers, man.
No, it's a good debate. I think that what's so fascinating about Russell is he was not the best part of his team. Clearly, no one's arguing that. I think he's better than people gave him credit for.
For sure. Yeah, he's better than what I just gave him credit for, definitely. But, man, that's one of the top 3 defenses of all time,
Craig.
all
time, Craig.
All time.
The world. In fact, anytime I hear people since then try to make a case for why their defense is so good, someone did this recently, I think like 2 years ago with Cleveland, and he was saying it was better than Seattle's Legion of Boom era. And
Who said that?
Some radio host talking about Cleveland's defense at the time. And by the way, we were only like 10 games into the season or 11. So it wasn't even like a full season where you could look back. And they were better in some areas, but it was not like you were talking about where it's for 4 years, you're number 1 in points allowed, yards allowed, isn't limited. Like, I just feel like we forget greatness. Look at the Jalen Milroe conversation we're having.
Yeah.
It's like, better than Lamar. He was even better than Lamar. Well, hang on. Let's look at Lamar's stats in college.
Lamar was crazy in college.
Yes.
Y'all tripping. He's faster than Lamar, but nah.
It's the shiny new toy era.
All right, man. Trent Dilfer, maybe.
I mentioned, just because I want to be able to get to it, Utah Hockey Club's new name might have been leaked on the team's official YouTube page as Utah Mammoth.
Mammoth.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Didn't we see a story recently about people trying to bring the mammoth back?
Yeah, they said in a few years genetically they can do it. A few years they said genetically they can bring back dinosaurs. Stop tripping. We've seen that movie.
Yeah. Well, now I'm just thinking about what if we made them nicer or
Nah.
I know I should focus on sports and get to the tees, but I really started thinking about what if we had a Jurassic Park, but it was better and we trained them up. We trained them up and maybe we make them pygmy kind of dinosaurs, like a T-Rex, but it's the size of a lab.
I ain't messing with no dinosaur. Leave him alone.
I'm going to do some Googling during the break. Greg Rosenthal is going to join us at noon. Coming up next, sports needs villains. So here are the best ones right now.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman joined by the mayor of the city of Lacey, Andy Ryder. Andy recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish cyberknife. Andy, what would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife. I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Reach out to Swedish Cyberknife directly at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Live MMA takes over Muckleshoot Event Center Saturday, May 24th. Witness the heart-pounding action as the fiercest fighters step into the cage for an unforgettable night of stunning knockouts, merciless submissions, and pure adrenaline. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets now at MuckleshootCasino.com.
Muckleshoot. Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Spring in Washington. It is practically synonymous with rain. And of course, rain is made up of water, which unfortunately can wreak havoc on your home and your crawl space. So if rain or groundwater makes its way into that crawl space, it can create all kinds of problems, including structural damage or toxic mold. You don't want either of those at your house. Trust me. It's Mike Salk here, and that's why you call Crawl Pros. Crawl Pros will keep your crawl space dry. They can install a sump pump and drainage and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll take care of any mold that's been created and even address any plumbing issues you may have in your crawl space. Don't take the risk. The best way to learn if you have any water issues is to have Crawl Pros do what they did at my house. Visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Yes, Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried at all about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com to schedule a free inspection.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. Dayandnight.net. The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell? Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go. Dayandnight.net.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Before we get to another fun conversation, I am losing my mind with some of these arguments. God love you, 253, and thank you for listening and participating. But Trent having beast mode and the weapons Russ had totally different numbers. Are we insane?
Dude, is there not a segment on ESPN called Dilfer Dimes?
You guys!
He's not even with ESPN anymore.
He had those weapons.
Oh, man.
He's a
He had
bad
those
college
weapons.
football coach
He
now.
had a 1,300-yard rusher that season. You want to guess how many rushing yards Marshawn Lynch had in the Seahawks Super Bowl winning season?
How many?
Not 1,300. Still, he had like 1,250 something. He had, obviously, it's Marshawn Lynch, like one of the greatest, Seahawks running backs.
Man,
But
you know what Jordan
let's stop
said?
pretending it was like he had nothing.
You know what Jordan said?
What?
He says he's the greatest of his era. He says you can't compare eras. It's just too different. So I think that's where this conversation has to go. Is because the game was different back then. It was more violent. You can damn near kill somebody on a football field. It's a different era. The offenses were different.
Yeah.
Who knows?
One thing that Curtis and I talk a lot about with Survivor, wonderful show, no spoilers for last night's episode, is that newer seasons of Survivor don't have as many villains. And it's one thing that we kind of miss about older seasons, because as much as people will complain about all kinds of players they hate. When I grew up, everyone hated Tom Brady. Everyone hated the Patriots. Everyone hated the Lakers. Everyone hated the Yankees. Everyone hates Aaron Judge. They hate A-Rod. Like, whatever it is, sports needs villains.
It does.
So I thought we'd figure out some of the best villains, our favorite villains, and then who are the villains right now? Are sports running into the issue that Curtis and I are with Survivor, where it's like, there's just not any villains anymore?
Shooter McGavin.
Shooter McGavin.
You don't know who that is.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do know who Shooter McGavin
Who's
is.
Shooter McGavin?
Here's a hint. I know who Shooter McGavin
Shooter
is.
McGavin is from Indiana Jones.
Happy Gilmore. But, okay, on a serious note, Floyd Mayweather was a villain, right? Undefeated, never lost. Towards the end of his career, he started fighting dudes he knew he was going to be. You were boxing Conor McGregor. Both of y'all got paid. Very brash. Didn't have the best history when it comes to a relationship with women. Like, Mayweather was and probably still is a villain.
Yes. I think that Tom Brady was a villain, is not anymore. And when I was thinking of, like, who are the best sports villains right now, I settled on Aaron Rodgers. I know there are people that are like, Aaron Rodgers, get him off my screen. I never want to hear about him. I am obsessed with the next thing he's going to say.
Yeah.
I both dislike and can't stop listening. That's a villain. That's a good villain.
Aaron Rodgers is, and he's a villain that is, he's smart. Forget what you think about Aaron Rodgers. He's a smart guy. So everything he does feels like it's tactful. You know what I'm saying? Like he's setting something else up. He's setting up his next move, and he doesn't give a you-know-what about what anybody thinks. So I think Aaron Rodgers is a good villain. I got one. Dylan Brooks from the Rockets. He is a villain. My man, who's he going at? Him and Jimmy Butler were going after it. I believe he's Canadian, which is kind of weird because Canadians are known to be like some of the nicer people in the world.
Yeah, normally they're like peaceful.
Yeah, but
like deer.
Dylan Brooks is a villain, man, and he leans into it. He doesn't care. They were talking about last night. Steph Curry has an injury to his thumb on his shooting hand, and Brooks was like, "I'm going after the hand. I'm going to slap his hand."
Ooh, that's a good villain.
And the Steve Kerr said, "Well, the NBA has to do something about that," which is one of the softest takes I've ever heard in my life. Look. If I know someone I'm going up against has an injury, I'm going after that ankle. I'm going after that elbow. That's just part of competition.
This is kind of my take on villains in general. We cannot say as sports fans that we want to see nastiness in football and violence in football and physicality back in basketball and the NBA needs more defense and the NBA needs to be tougher and then be mad at villains.
And then be mad.
You know
at
what I
them for
mean?
being
Like
a
you cannot want a nasty swag and be mad when a villain has it and he's bringing exactly what you want to the game. I know you want like everything, all of those qualities to come from players that like give back to the community and say the right thing. That's just not realistic.
Nah, come on.
Is Anthony, did you already mention Anthony Edwards?
Nah, I didn't.
Is he a villain?
He's a villain you root for. Like he beat my team and I'm completely fine with Anthony Edwards because he's a likable villain.
He's an antagonizer.
Yeah.
Which is a villain.
Yeah.
I think he's likable. I think that what I like about Anthony Edwards is he's a villain without being hateable or disrespectful. Like he'll disrespect you with trash talk, but then like he'll say like, yeah, we beat the best player in the world or something like that.
I just saw a video of him walking through the tunnel going, Ant-Man, Batman, Superman, Lakers in 5. It didn't bother me. It was good. It was good. It was good. He's
That's
a villain.
Good villain.
I like it.
Oh, someone said Shedeur Sanders is my new villain.
Hey,
I'm so
I hope
glad
he
the
leans
Hawks
into
didn't
that.
draft him.
I hope he leans into it. Yeah.
Why
Lean into
wouldn't
that.
you? I mean, you're not going to be likable. Maybe you take the wrestling approach, Curtis, and just WWE go full heel.
Go lean into it.
Yeah.
I think people respect those kinds of sports heels more than the ones that are like, what do you mean? I'm the good guy. I think one guy who is that kind of heel, the one where it's like, I'm the good one, they're all bad, is Draymond Green. He's he's a menace. I saw the other day, this was a couple months ago, Karl Anthony Towns was a DNP in one game. Like
and he was at a
He was actually at a funeral for his girlfriend's. It was a family member of his girlfriend's family. And Draymond Green was leading people to believe that Karl Anthony Towns was like ducking another player on another team. And then Karl Anthony Towns was like, no, actually, I was at a funeral. Like, what the heck? And then the other day, Karl Anthony Towns had a really good game for the Knicks in the playoffs. And Draymond on his podcast like took credit for it because he was like, yeah, you know, he's dealing with criticism better after what I said about him. It's like, no, dude, you lied about him. Like, what are you?
You're straight up a narcissist.
Idiot. Yeah. And then also, you know, he's punching teammates in the face and getting technical fouls everywhere. So
there are villains I hate. Like, I hate watch and root against, but legitimately, I'm like, I hate you. And then there are villains that are like Jake Paul is kind of more of a I'm leaning into being a villain, and you hate him, but you will watch. I watched. Of course I watched. I watched every round.
Every single round.
Every round.
Even when I saw Mike Tyson walking through the tunnel and almost tripped, and I knew it was over for Mike.
No. NFL Network's Greg Rosenthal joins us next.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Jeff Passan of ESPN, who joins us.
Where is Cal in the pantheon of the best catchers in baseball right now?
I think he's at the top of the list, right? I mean, just at this point, I'm not sure who else is there. What we're seeing, though, is the guy who the Mariners gave $100 million guaranteed to.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT, because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are winners of 7 series in a row. They just swept the Angels thanks to a 9-3 win last night. 6 of those runs being scored in an explosive 7th inning. They've got an off day today before opening a series against the Rangers tomorrow at 5:05 p.m. Well, they pulled off the single biggest trade of the year, but the Lakers have been knocked out of the postseason. They fell to the Timberwolves in Game 5. Minnesota plays the winner of Rockets-Warriors. Golden State leading that series 3-2. Game 6 tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
You can hear them every day on NFL Daily, the podcast. It's Greg Rosenthal. Greg, how's it going?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
We are happy to have you on. Excited to talk not just about the NFL draft and all the storylines that have come from it, but obviously with what the Seahawks did. I haven't been able to find too many critics, including national voices, who don't like the Seahawks draft. I don't know everyone who has them in like their top 3, but I think there were some exciting picks, and most people came away thinking like, okay, tip of the cap, Seattle. What was your opinion about it?
Yeah, I mean, it always helps when you take a bunch of guys that, score off the charts in terms of athleticism and guys that everyone knows. And in case of like Nick Emmanwori and Jalen Milroe, guys who I think you got really good value, especially the way the offensive linemen fell in the first round. I mean, they went so fast. It almost felt lucky that the Seahawks had Gray's-Able fall to them. So it did feel like something where everyone fell into their right place, and there's a lot to be excited about, even though you can find some people that disagree a little bit on him and Worry. But I think Mike McDonald gets the benefit of the doubt that he'll know what to do with him.
How would you describe the way they're building this team, right? Because we know Mike McDonald did a great job helping Baltimore's defense do their thing. What do you think the approach is, and what are your expectations for this offense and defense?
Yeah, I think the approach on defense is obvious. It's clear. It's deep. It's flexible. And you saw the vision of it down the stretch last year. And that's the thing that makes me the most excited about the Seahawks this year, is that they have a baseline of going into a second year with a really creative, good defensive coach and a good defensive roster that you can have high expectations. Offensively, I don't know what the approach is. It's a lot of new people. It's an offensive coordinator who's bounced around. It's a lot of new talent trying to cohere together. And that's where, even though I like to draft plenty, I think it's fair to wonder, like, how is this going to go? From the outside, to me, it's not pure optimism, because you are asking a lot of people that were not on the Seahawks last year to come together and just make a cohesive group. So we'll see on that front.
Well, I think what's so interesting about it, too, is I have no idea, not just what I expect of Sam Darnold, but what this team expects of Sam Darnold, right? Like, it doesn't seem to be, hey, we're planting our flag, he's the franchise guy. But it also doesn't seem to be a lack of belief. Like, they sprung on him in free agency, gave him a pretty competitive contract. How do you see Sam Darnold? Do you see him as a bridge or something more?
I guess I see him as a bridge. I think they see him like the contract indicates, which is, let's see, kind of like Geno Smith's first contract after he showed that he could be a pretty big starter. Let's see. And we'll see how it goes. I just think he's being asked to do a lot with just a new group. And so, yeah, I like Elijah Arroyo coming into the draft. I like Gray's-Able coming into the draft. The offensive line should be coached better. Does Darnold have like an amazing group of weapons around him? Like, it's a good group. I don't think it's an amazing one. It's a new coordinator. It's just a lot of moving parts. So I guess I have to see it. And I think that's how they feel too. They have to see it, and then they'll figure out what they got. But it makes you wonder when you add Jalen Milroe, and just like, it's going in so many different directions. It's hard to know what it's going to look like.
What do you think Milroe's role will be with this Seahawk offense? We know that there's some things he needs to work on, his accuracy or whatnot. But there's no way the athlete just chill on the sideline, right?
No, and I thought it was interesting how McDonald said this is not going to be Taysom Hill for us. The initial reporting, from our network, Ian Rappaport, was like, he will have a role right away. And I think Clint Kubiak, who did have Taysom Hill there last year, would be crazy not to include what to me is the best running quarterback in the league the day he enters the league. I really think Milroe is that explosive, and only because of Lamar Jackson's age, and he's at the point I think he's going to want to run less. To me, Milroe is the most exciting athlete, but he has a ways to go. And I think having Drew Lock there actually matters, because I think it just makes it obvious that Milroe is going to have a year to develop as a true quarterback. If for whatever reason Darnold had to miss time for a number of weeks, I would not expect Milroe to be the quarterback. But I could see him being active on game days and being the active backup quarterback just because they want to use him a little bit in packages.
Sticking with the conversation about recently drafted quarterbacks, it was an interesting class because it felt so juxtaposed with last year where you saw 6 guys go so early, and then so many of them look really promising as rookies. This year, it was like Cam Ward and then everyone else, and Jalen is one of those everyone else guys. I'm sure that you did previews, as part of your own research, but then also had guests on, the pod to talk about this class, in particular the quarterbacks. What was typically a knock people had about Milroe, and what did you think about him?
Well, just some of the bad tape towards the end of the year where they really found a way, defenses that is, to limit the Alabama run game and just force Milroe to win with his arm, and it got really ugly. I loved him. On a podcast where we had to pick our favorite players in the draft, he was one of my 2 because his good tape is so good, and it's not like you can't find good tape of him passing the ball, getting to his second read, being accurate, needing to make third and long throws. I've seen rougher quarterbacks coming out, and then, like I said, they're just so exciting. So he's someone that's going to need to develop, but to me, he's just absolutely box office, and I thought he had a much higher floor than basically everyone else in this class, other than Cam Ward, in that I think he's going to give you something at the NFL level, and I'm not really sure what the other guys are going to do, and I would rather take that guy who I know who has that running value and has potential to develop into a lot more. Obviously, he's not Jaden Daniels, but I do think it was telling how they built an offense around Jaden Daniels' skill set, and can you do that for Jalen Milroe? Maybe not as a rookie, but can you do that in the long run? I think that's possible.
We know that the wide receiver class wasn't really top heavy. There were some guys who went early. Obviously, you got Emeka and McMillan going in the first round. But I really like the receivers that the Hawks picked up. You got Horton and Ricky White, who I think is going to be a sleeper, especially on special teams. How do you think they factor into this offense, and what are your expectations for Horton coming off that knee injury?
Yeah, anyone drafted that late, as exciting as they are, to me, it's just a wait and see. Like, he has a higher ceiling, certainly, than someone who would go where he got drafted. But you just don't know. History tells you're going to learn more, I think, about him covering the team on a day-to-day basis in camp and when he is finally healthy than we even learned in college. And some of these guys do transition well. I do think it was an interesting kind of flashpoint in their draft when they took Arroyo, because there were some wideouts on the board. I loved Kyle Williams, who's a Washington State guy. The Patriots ended up with him. He was one of my top 5 receivers in the whole class. I think he would have given them an explosive element that would have paired well with Darnold. One thing I think that's interesting is Darnold's so good throwing the ball deep down the field. He hasn't been quite as good intermediate necessarily and over the middle, and that's where a lot of their guys win. So that's an interesting juxtaposition, but they clearly have a vision of how they're going to use Darnold.
Maybe a similar approach, and feel free to go away from the Seahawks here. Is there a team that had an approach to the draft where you thought, I don't quite get it? Like, I don't see the vision. Make it make sense.
Yeah, the Bengals, because look, they take Shamar Stewart in the first round position. They desperately needed a guy who just didn't have production. They keep taking these guys who don't get sacks. They haven't worked out for them. And then they drafted 2 guys at positions that they need to start. The Flanagan, Demetrius Knight, rather. I was thinking of their old linebacker in the second round, who, look, the league told us there were only 2 good inside linebackers in this class, and they took the 3rd or 4th one in the second round, and he's going to need to start right away. And I think most teams had him as a 4th or 5th round guy and a developmental type of guy. And then in the 3rd round, they took a guard, Dylan Fairchild, who, again, has to start right away. So they're in a weird position that you don't want to be in, a team that has a really high expectations, but I felt like reached for guys that need to start right away. I'm not quite buying them as quite a complete team. And asking those guys who they looked at very differently than the rest of the league to start right away is a lot to ask.
Hey, we always look around the division. My co-host Stacy is a Matthew Stafford hater. Just want you to know that.
I'll say it loud and proud.
Oh, man.
Not really. She just thinks he's getting old.
I think the wall is. I think that the cliff is closer than.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe I'm wrong.
And we look at the quarterbacks. And I've been focusing on Brock Purdy because I feel like he's more valuable with the Niners than anywhere else, right? The Niners can pay him $50 million, but I don't think anyone else will and should pay him $50 million. They just signed George Kittle to a deal. It's inevitable. They got to get this Brock Purdy deal done. What value do you place on him? I think he's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's almost like they're setting him up to be the excuse if things don't work, when really I think their offense has gotten older and their overall roster has decayed a little bit. I like Purdy. Like, I agree that Stafford is probably closer to the end than most people do, Stacy. So because he did not play well last year until the playoffs when he was amazing. But then, so like that, you would take that trade off if he can continue that.
Right.
But I actually think Purdy is safely above what we like to call the Dalton line, which is he's better than the average starting quarterback. I think he's a better quarterback than people give credit for. But you're right to point out that he's in that zone of players. You could even have thrown Geno Smith in there, although I think Geno is a better player than that. Of like guys you don't necessarily want to pay $55 million top rate, and that's what Purdy might cost because he's somewhere between quarterback 8 and 14, and Purdy's squarely in that zone. But I do think if he was a free agent, someone else in that coaching tree would want him, and I do think he would actually get paid. He's not Daniel Jones to me. I'll put it that way.
Your latest episode of NFL Daily looked at the post-draft outlook for every NFC team. So borrowing from that theme, is there an NFC team that made themselves much more competitive than you maybe thought they would be several months ago? So at season's end and you're going, hey, look out, Eagles or whoever else, like this team could make some noise.
Yeah, and it's weird to say this because they won 14 games last year, but their over-under win total right now in Vegas is 8.5. I think the Vikings might have the best roster in the NFC or right there. And I love what they did in their offseason. The fact that they went so hard on their interior offensive line in free agency and their defensive line in the draft and free agency, like both spots. I think they had an awesome offseason. And I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is going to be. How could you? But I think if you just took out the quarterback, I would take their roster in a heartbeat over the 49ers. I think it's much more complete than the Rams. I would take it over the Packers. I think they're there with the Eagles and the Lions as one of the better teams in the NFL if McCarthy can come through. And that's a huge question. But to me, it's a great starting point. And I think he's had a great offseason, McCarthy, that is, just because I think he's been put in a position to have success. And he doesn't have Aaron Rodgers on his team, which is nice.
Well, let's stay in the NFC North. I've been really impressed with what the Chicago Bears have been able to do. They're clearly on a mission to protect their quarterback and provide him with some weapons. I think this year they have their first 4,000-yard passer in franchise history. What do you think about the Bears and what they've been doing?
I hope so, because that's one of those stats that the Bears fans just have hung around their neck each and every year, and it's time. Ben Johnson, the way they've added this offseason, I wasn't a huge fan of Luther Burden, their second-round pick, and yet I love the tight end Colston Loveland they took in the first. I think a lot of teams were looking to trade up for him, and it's something with Ben Johnson right now that I guess I have to see him not succeed to believe it's going to happen. And so I'm with you. I think their offense is going to be money. I think they're better. I've been kind of fading the Bears year after year because their fans just get so excited. But other than the division they play in, I'm with you. It's a pretty complete looking team.
I was going to maybe give you and everyone a break of talking about Shedeur Sanders, but I can't because it was such a fascinating slide. And it became clear that no one could settle on the reason for it. And there were some football reasons and some reasons that clearly didn't feel like football reasons, but no one could figure out what they were. To me, it was a really interesting story. What did you make of his slide and of him landing with Cleveland?
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of a really fascinating way to look at the entire league. But I think the thing that you have to start with was he just wasn't a good enough prospect, period. All the stuff about him being off-putting in the meetings and what Deion Sanders was going to bring and this and that, none of it would matter if he was a consensus top 10, 15 quarterback. The problem is he thought he was, and his father thought he was a top 10 quarterback, and he just wasn't. So I think they misread that. I don't think he ever was going to be in the end based on his film. And then you get into the second round where other than the Saints, everyone's going for backups. And do you want this guy in your room? And do you even know that much about this guy? Because according to reports, he only met with 7 teams. So, like, if you're the Dolphins, for instance, which I thought would have been an interesting landing spot for him, like, they never talked to the kid. I think they should have taken him anyways. Like, the Steelers, they should have taken him anyways at some point, give it a shot. But they never really talked to him. He wasn't, like, part of the process for so much of the league. And then you just started to think, like, he doesn't make sense as a backup for our team. Like, if you're the Seahawks, I don't mind them taking Jalen Milroe instead of him. To me, he has a higher ceiling than Shedeur Sanders, and he doesn't come with all the baggage.
All right, he is Greg Rosenthal, host of the NFL Daily Podcast. Rate, review, subscribe. Go get it wherever you get your podcast. Greg, thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Greg.
Appreciate you guys. See you.
Have a good one. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Headline rewrites. We must make headlines. A little story behind the headlines in today's news with Bob and Stacy.
Headline number one, bumps Lakers were eliminated by the Minnesota Timberwolves after their Game 5 loss last night. What's the real headline?
Dang, it really was Lakers in 5.
Keep talking about my
called it.
squad. It's all
You
good.
called it, Bump. You
I
said
did call
Lakers
it.
in
Did it,
5.
I did call it. Lakers in 5. The better team won. Look, Anthony Edwards is a dog. When he started pushing LeBron down the court, no one touches LeBron like that, right? He is, to some of you, he is your GOAT. So not mine, but he is your GOAT.
Sure.
And for Anthony Edwards to just show no respect, I like that. I ain't even mad at the Timberwolves, man. We weren't ready for this. We exceeded expectations, but we'll be back. You know, you keep talking about us. That's all that matters, is that the world talks about us. That's all that matters. Luka, I need 10% of body fat off of you by next year, dog. 10% of body fat, and we got to get your feet right, because he got blown by 9 times, led to 20-plus points. Luka, you need to play defense. Also, we need to get some wing players and some big men. And like you said the first time around, Nico looking like, I told y'all I didn't play no defense.
I didn't get to this in the timeline, but I'm going to get to it here. It was LeBron James talking about it. Sounds like he's still someone pretty bitter about AD getting traded.
From a physical, like, taxing standpoint, how tough was that for the last 3.5 months to play that style? And do you feel like that caught up at all in this series?
No comment. I never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So I got no comment. I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had, and that's all that matters.
Here's the thing about LeBron. It comes off like he's making a joke, but he's actually being passive aggressive.
Yeah. And LeBron, stop that noise, man. Just stop it. Let's get Luka focused, okay? Put him in your mother-in-law in your backyard, and let's get him focused, all right? 10% of body fat off in 3 months, please.
3 months.
3 months. Get it done. LeBron's 40. He's taking something. He knows somebody that can get him right.
But Luka is still very young. What is he, 26? Do you think that there's a point of his game, though, where it's like you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Is he just someone that's like, he's clearly been told many times by Dallas, you need to get in better shape, and he did not do it?
Yeah, I'm sure he's been told, but there's a different amount of accountability over here with the Lakers. We're different over here. It's like the Patriots. You go to the Patriots, you fall in line. You go to the Steelers, you fall in line. You go to the Lakers, you fall in line, or they get rid of you.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Bill Belichick, his girlfriend, and CBS News have all released separate statements about the editing of Belichick's trainwreck interview from over the weekend. What's the real headline?
No one saw this, but Jordan's was actually written with crayon.
It's messed up, Stacy.
Well, it's a funny joke.
You gotta get these jokes off.
You gotta get these jokes off. I'm not prank calling draft kids, ruining their dreams.
That's true.
You know, just making an innocent joke about a person that's accumulated a lot of wealth and is very beautiful.
Have you seen her real estate game has gone up like crazy, like worth $8 million or something like that?
They both clearly make each other happy.
How do you come into that kind of cash overnight?
And money. So it's like, do you?
You know how she did it? She said, look, I need $100,000 to flip this house. Bill said, don't worry, I got you. Give me 10% interest and we can do this. Business partners.
You know what, though? People have like a... So there is a level of concern that people actually seem to have.
Barkley is super concerned.
Charles Barkley talked about it. Curtis, you read a comment from Steve Belichick's wife on Instagram responding to Julian Edelman?
Yes, and basically saying publicists don't act this way.
Nah. That's where she messed up. Like her attitude when saying we're not talking about this. If you are a true publicist, it's like, no, we like to go a different direction here. Our contract says we're not talking about this. CBS is saying that they went into the interview knowing that it's going to be a wide range of questions. And Belichick and his girl is saying, no, we just want to talk about the book.
Yeah.
Who's right, who's wrong. Doesn't matter. You have to behave as a professional, and she didn't in that moment. It's the way she talked about not wanting to talk about how they met.
Mhm.
But we all know how they met.
On an airplane.
On a flight to Palm.
Some people just don't believe them, but I think that I can't tell how much of this is genuine concern that's fair and how much of it is some hate and judgment.
All the above.
Yeah.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Mariners are ranked 11th in ESPN's most recent power rankings, up 5 spots from last week. What's the real headline?
If my math is right, give it 3 more weeks and they'll be the best team in baseball.
Best team in the game. Look, we're going to find out a lot about this team here shortly.
Yes.
Got the Rangers coming up, right? And then the Yankees.
You've got the A's, I think, Padres.
Those Rangers, A's, Padres, yeah.
Yankees, Padres.
Yeah, it's we're going
Blue
to find
Jays
out.
are in there too.
Yeah.
We're going to find out real quickly, but good for them. The tough part about this situation now is the injuries, man. Rayleigh's out. Obviously, Logan, George Kirby, Robles, Bliss. I mean, we're seeing some names in this lineup that we didn't expect to see, but, get these dudes some reps. But can you weather the storm? And can the top of the lineup continue to perform the way they've been performing, man?
Yeah. One thing sticking with me in terms of this topic and our conversation with Ryan Rowland-Smith is when we asked Ryan about all those injuries and just said, like, how are you feeling about them? Do you think this team is going to go make an outside signing? And he was like, honestly, I don't know about short-term answers. Like, the guys like JD Martinez have a ton of leverage right now, and they're going to be so expensive. I don't know if you go make that move, and I don't know that the Mariners do. But you do start to look at the trade deadline and start hoping that the Mariners are really competitive at the deadline, so it kind of forces their hand to make a move. And he was by far most concerned about Logan. And I bring it up to say, the thing that stuck with me is him saying, as fun as it is to talk about the offense right now, and we are having fun. It's beautiful outside. We're talking about a Mariners team that's won 7 series in a row. You're going to win if you get to the playoffs by your pitching, with your pitching. That's the backbone of your team. So you can't look at the offense and think, okay, this is who we are now. No, you're a pitching first team, a team with elite pitchers. And what if you don't get Logan back?
Yeah, I'm just going to condition myself to prepare to not have Logan back. Just so I think he put in the email.
Yeah,
just so
I'm
not disappointed.
Yeah.
Just all right, let's see what these other arms can do. But yeah, pitching is what's going to win it for you if you were to get in the playoffs. But you also need the bats to stay the way they are, or at least have everyone have their moments, right? Still waiting on the Julio moment. But yeah, you're right. It starts with the pitching with this club, man. We don't talk about the bats like that. We're talking about it now because they're third in the league when it comes to home runs.
Yeah.
That's all fine and dandy, but you need those arms to be balling.
Okay, we are going to see this series against Texas on the road tomorrow beginning at 5:05. In the meantime, at 7 p.m., you've got Extra Innings hosted by Curtis Rogers. Curtis, tell us what's on tap for Extra Innings today.
We got Mike Lefko at 7:15.
Surprise guest.
Surprise guest. It's great. I surprise him. That's the great thing about it. He has no idea it's happening.
You should pop in when he's show prepping. So not even go to a studio, just show up with a mic and then start talking about the Rangers.
Yeah. But yeah, we're previewing this upcoming road trip, Rangers, A's, and yeah, just 2 hours of greatness. Get ready. Strap in.
It begins at 7 p.m. You've got 2 hours of the Mariners show. I know that you're not going to be able to watch the Mariners at 6:40, but 20 minutes later, Seattle Sports, 7:10 a.m. You can hear Curtis and Lefko as they go through a preview for this upcoming series here. NFL headlines coming your way next.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. Is I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 11th. Still need a gift for Mom? Puyallup Chocolates will make you look thoughtful. Send Mom a stunning gift box filled with premium chocolate treats. It's so beautiful, no wrapping is needed. Every box includes a handwritten card with your message. Order by May 7th to guarantee delivery in time for Mom. Go to PuyallupChocolates.com and use code ESPN to get 20% off. A beautiful box, a sweet surprise, and a very happy mom. PuyallupChocolates.com. Order now.
The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. 400 new and used RVs, plus manufactured homes. Over 1,000 floor plan options. It's your best chance to save all year. Browse the exhibits, chat with the experts, free parking. Tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Get ready, because Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD this summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Man, Tyler Lockett, just one of the nicest dudes we've ever covered here in Seattle, is very much being himself when he shows up to the Titans. He chose to shake the hands of every single media member and person in attendance at Titans Media Day today. That caffeine's hidden.
Of course he did.
Yeah, I know.
Caffeine's hidden.
That's Tyler being asked about it.
I feel like, y'all are just as much as family as everybody that's going to be teammates, right? Like, so you got to get to know the coaches, get to know the media. You guys are going to be the ones writing stories about us, whether it's good or bad. And who knows, sometimes doing that handshake, you might be a little bit more lenient with the... Yeah, but... either way, it's great to meet y'all. Obviously, I'm going to learn new names, learn new faces, but excited just to be able to do some media with y'all.
So I will say that's true. Bump, as well as anyone, it's harder to be more critical of people who are genuinely nice.
Yeah.
Like, you always got to do like a critique sandwich. Like, nicest dude, he really should try to stretch the field.
Yeah. You soften the criticism a little bit. You're still honest with what you see, but if there's a guy that just treats people poorly and isn't really receptive to your hellos or whatnot, naturally your human reaction is going to be like, all right, well, he don't care about me. Why do I care about him?
Mm-hmm.
But you still got to be a professional with your business, and that's what Tyler Lockett did. He knows what's up. He's a people person, so you shake everyone's hand and play nice.
He is, I don't know how much he's going to impact that team when it comes to being on the field. Like, we did kind of see a dip from him that just naturally comes with age, and he was trying to adapt as best he could by adjusting, how, whether or not he'd take contact or whatever after certain catches. And people would critique him for it, but it's like, well, he's trying to make sure that he can stay on the field. But I do think there is something to getting a veteran in a locker room, right?
Yeah, leadership. And you're teaching these young guys how to be pros. Doesn't mean he's standing there giving a speech after every practice and before the games. No. You're just watching the way that he moves and how he takes care of his body, how he conducts himself. So, yeah, he's a huge piece to, I think, what they want their culture to be. Playing wise, he'll make a few plays.
Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich apologized to Shedeur Sanders in a press conference yesterday for his son's prank phone call.
I'd like to publicly apologize to Shedeur and Sanders' family for what occurred. Second of all, I want to publicly apologize to Mr. Blaine, Terry Fontenot, Reed Morris, and the entire Falcons organization. My actions of not protecting confidential data were inexcusable. My son's actions were absolutely inexcusable. And for that, we are both deeply sorry. The NFL has taken action, and I fully respect the punishment. We take full responsibility, my son and myself, and we will not be appealing the fine in any way.
What did you make of the whole thing?
Yeah, what else are you going to say? It wasn't my fault. No, it was your fault, and your son was involved, and it's good to get out there and publicly apologize. I think that's what people want to see and hear. Me personally, I'm on the side. Like, say we're in a group text, and it's someone's birthday, I never just text the group happy birthday. I hit them on the side like happy birthday. Or there's some problem with something going on in the text, I always hit them on the side. Hey, let's talk about this. But in this situation, you do it publicly, you do it privately, and you just get rid of it. I think, end of the day, we'll talk about this, but we're going to forget about it. It's not going to affect Shedeur's career.
No.
It's not like that his son is just ruined for the rest of his life. Just poor judgment, and he had to get out in front. Now, his son need to come out on Instagram or something, like, hey, my bad, Shedeur, and just make it light.
Can I also say something I'm thinking of right now? So this isn't a well thought out thought, and I'll admit that. I think that there's a level of accountability that you have to be comfortable with in the NFL as a coach, coordinator, or player that the average person is not comfortable with.
Oh,
I
for
think,
sure.
You know what I mean? I think that so much of what I'm seeing when it comes to, I think the vast majority of people think, oh, that wasn't very nice, glad he apologized. I think that a lot of the responses I'm seeing from people that are like, why is he even saying sorry, are people that are frankly uncomfortable with accountability. And the level of accountability he has to have is even greater than the average person. And you just have to swallow pride. Like in the NFL, you just have to, hey, I'm sorry. This is on me. This is my fault.
Your job is in the public eye. Every call you make, the players you sub in, and then football players, we're used to it, man. I want to be critiqued. When I do call my games or do my shows, I hit my producer and I'm like, all right, man, like, what you think? How can we make this better? Because in football, you're in a room with 60 other guys, and if you jack up, they're going to call you out. If you have success, they're going to call you out. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do. So we're used to it. So I don't think that was even hard for Coach. It's like, all right, this is what I have to do.
Well, and like culturally, to the culture of the NFL was very appropriate.
Yeah.
Like if this would have happened within this team, or let's say the number of reporter gets out and people are doxing the reporter and it was confidential information, like whatever it is, I just think people are confusing the thought that people are being too sensitive with their own discomfort with apologizing.
They just haven't had to move like that.
No.
And especially in their careers. Like you send emails or whatnot if something's going down. Not in sports. You're put out there. And in football, you get critiqued aggressively as well. So this is different.
Panthers GM Dan Morgan's very excited about the second half of the season Bryce Young had last year.
Bryce coming back after being benched after the second game, the resilience that he showed, and that's just who Bryce is. Bryce is, he's a resilient player. He's a tough player. He's a smart player. Guy that can extend plays with his legs and make a lot of things happen. So I think you saw at the end of the year, that our team was, started playing a lot better. And, that energizes everybody, and it energizes us in the office, too. So, yeah, we're excited about his future and the team's future.
Curious as to what you think about Bryce Young, the player, because I think most people think, oh, the Panthers reached. The Panthers made a mistake. They counted on the negatives of his game not mattering.
Yeah.
But remember how we've talked about Caleb Williams and you were like, I saw stuff that I liked in the second half. Have you had that with Bryce?
Oh, yeah. He had an overtime win against the Cardinals, 2 touchdowns, completed 64% of his passes. Following game, completion rate wasn't up, but also tossed 2 touchdowns. Last game of the season, beat the Atlanta Falcons, tossed 3 touchdowns. He seemed like he was just comfortable, and I think that's obviously huge as a quarterback. But for people to come out and expect him just to change the game in 1 year with a Carolina team that had absolutely nobody over there, I think it's not realistic. This is what I mean when I say you have to give these rookies time. You got to give them a chance to develop. He put together some good some good games. Hopefully it carries over into next year. But this is why they got Canales, right? He is the quarterback whisperer. So let's see what he can do.
Drake May had to pinch himself when the Patriots signed Stephon Diggs.
Stephon, he's one of those guys growing up, and when I was in high school, he was a young in the league, and had him on my fantasy team, and things like that. So playing with him in Madden, so it's pretty cool to hopefully now this season be throwing to him. He's coming back, obviously from injury, and looks like he's doing great. He's been around, and I think it's gonna be cool to throw a receiver who's made plays like he has, who's made big plays in playoff games, who's been in a lot of different schemes, who's played with high-level quarterbacks to see kind of his point of view from different stuff. And it's my job to give him a chance and go get it.
You think there's a lot of potential for Diggs this season?
Yeah, I really do. He's going to be the number 1 target over there with the Patriots. They've done some things offensively to try to help Drake May grow. When you're a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback and you have a guy like Diggs, you just toss it up sometimes, and he's going to make a play for you. It's nice for him to have that security blanket over there. Then you got Kyle Williams, Go Cougs over there, who can be that number 2 and grow. I like what the Patriots are doing over there. I think it's still going to be, they're still 2-3 years out, but you see the progress they're making. Talking about a guy ending their season on a high note, Drake May is also one of those rookie quarterbacks who started the season a bit rough, but towards the end, you kind of see what he's capable of. And again, eating crow, I did not think Drake was going to be that guy.
I didn't either.
He's looking good.
A quick question for you before we kind of move on to our next couple topics here. Drake was saying, look, this feels like playing Madden. This is a guy that was one of the best in the league when I was in college, and now I got to play with him. It's so cool. It's like if you got to pick a player. If you were to pick a quarterback and you were able to be on a team with that quarterback, is there one that you think oh, I would have wanted this dude? This suited me as a receiver?
Oh, Mike Vick all day.
Yeah?
Michael Vick. Yeah.
See that? So you're a slot guy.
Yeah. He's just
I guess I think of him as like a downfield.
the scrambling, because I was really good at scramble drills.
Oh, okay.
So him scrambling around, I can find some
You guys
spots.
could have had that chemistry.
That chemistry,
Just
Mike to
think.
Mike.
Why Jalen Milroe cannot ride the bench completely in 2025. That's next.
Brock and Salk, straight from Pierre, South Dakota. Brock Gray, good morning. How are we feeling today?
Super excited to be a part of the Seahawks and the team that they do.
Are you still growing? Could we see a bigger Gray Zabel at some point?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, big thing about gaining weight is just steaks and squats. That's all you got to do to put on some pounds.
Steaks and squats. Well, and you could go from Bush Light to Bud Heavy if you need to.
Yeah, exactly. A few extra carbs.
Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. The sun is out. Why not go on a drive? Go up I-5 North, get off on exit 260, and you will find Silver Reef Casino. When you get in there, you check in and see some of their deluxe king rooms. They got great views. Get settled in. Go downstairs and have yourself something to eat, man. They got a great steakhouse. They got the new cantina if you're looking for Mexican food. Several other restaurants as well. And then watch some sports. Why not go to Porter's Bay Sports Bar, sit down, check out the screens, basketball, baseball, soccer, whatever you need. They got it for you up on the big screen. And because the weather is nice, get out to Loomis Trails Golf Course. If you don't want to play, hit the range, man, or visit their historic clubhouse. They got something for everybody at Silver Reef Casino. If you're getting some FOMO, don't worry about it, man. I got you. Visit silverreefcasino.com. Book your stay today. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer even sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, you get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I don't know how many people are expecting third-round pick Jalen Milroe to be a starter. However, Greg Rosenthal thinks that the Seahawks would be absolutely insane not to at least try to utilize Milroe in his rookie season.
I think Clint Kubiak would be crazy not to include what to me is the best running quarterback in the league the day he enters the league. I really think Milroe is that explosive, and only because of Lamar Jackson's age, and he's at the point I think he's going to want to run less. To me, Milroe is the most exciting athlete, but he has a ways to go.
A piping hot take from Greg Rosenthal, not just about Milroe being the best running quarterback when he enters the league, but also about the Seahawks using him. I want to ask you about both, and I want to talk about both. Which one do you want to go to first?
I don't know. You pick.
Okay, let's go to maybe how they'll use him. If you're Clint Kubiak, hey, Clint, congratulations. We just got you this new quarterback. He's got all these weapons, whatever. How are you using Milroe in year one? Sitting the whole time?
No, you got to sprinkle him in. I'm going to use him in short yardage situations. You do have a fullback now. Imagine that. So you can even shotgun, put him under center, doesn't matter. But you need short yardage, you go ahead and get it. It doesn't have to be just third and short or fourth and short neither. It can be second and short, right? Where you pack it in and everyone expects you to run and you roll him out and throw the football. Whatever allows him to have his legs be the first punch. That's how I use him. And then eventually you open up the playbook a little bit. But no, you shouldn't see him more than 60 to 100 plays this year.
We haven't really had like a Taysom Hill package here in Seattle. But a conversation I'm sure Saints fans were probably having is, well, when he's out there, the defense knows what we're going to do. Do you think that that's something that we'll probably hear here in Seattle?
No, because he can throw that ball too.
Right.
You know, like, yeah, he's going to have the ball in his hands. He's a quarterback, but he can run, he can throw the football, he can roll him out. He can just simply hand the football off and freeze the backside of a defense. No, there are a bunch of things he can do. He's still a quarterback. Right, I think people just see him as a runner.
Yeah,
but he still has or presents the challenges that other quarterbacks was in.
Mike McDonald clearly wants to develop him as a quarterback, right? He was asked about the Taysom Hill package after the draft and said, "Look, we want him to be a quarterback. We're not bringing him in and he's going to running back meetings and he's going to be with the fullback and he is going to be in the quarterback room. He is learning how to be a quarterback." Is there a way to not hinder his development? Like if you're utilizing him in all kinds of athletic ways, does that hinder it or are you helping him?
No, you're helping him because he's still going to run with the 2s and the 3s when it comes to practice. He's still going to be on scout team, be the scout team quarterback. He's still going to get reps under center, shotgun, dropping back, play action, all that good stuff. But you're just going to have your 3 to 5 plays where, okay, this is what we do when we're down in the red zone with you. This is what we do when we're backed up. This is what we do on short yardage stuff. No, 95% of the time, he's preparing to be a quarterback in this league.
Good question from Joe in Bellevue. Can you afford the roster spot to have him active each week? I think you can, assuming that you have 4 receivers and not quite as many offensive line rostered, because sometimes they'll have like 11, 12.
Yeah. And also think that it depends on the health of your team too,
Mhm.
right? If you need an extra linebacker, you need an extra guard or whatnot,
Right.
then you can say, all right, this week he's not going to be active. I can see some weeks where he's not active just because of injuries and other things that they need. I can also see weeks where he's active and Drew Lock isn't active because of the week that he had and how he's looking better and gaining more trust and stuff. So it's a week by week type of situation, but I would assume for the majority of the year he'll be active.
Well, and I think in terms of rostering, you have to roster all three. Because I don't know that you're confident enough to go to Jalen if Sam's hurt, but you also aren't confident that Jalen is in any way not going to be picked up, whatever.
Yeah, what's that
the
new
rule
rule they
about
put
having
in.
yeah, I don't really understand it fully, but it allows you to keep your emergency quarterback rostered and not count against. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a very good NFL reporter. Let's go to Greg's next cut here.
And I think having Drew Lock there actually matters because I think it just makes it obvious that Milroe is going to have a year to develop as a true quarterback. If for whatever reason Darnold had to miss time for a number of weeks, I would not expect Milroe to be the quarterback. But I could see him being active on game days and being the active backup quarterback just because they want to use him a little bit in packages.
Bump, one of the most popular questions I saw after Milroe was selected. Well, what was the point of Drew Lock? And I think Greg kind of answers it there. Drew's your backup.
Drew is, worst case scenario, we have a quarterback who understands what the NFL is and how to operate in the NFL. Drew's not, we have a backup who can win us 8, 9, 10 games and we're good if he goes down. No backup quarterback is really like that unless you are one of these rookies and you get your opportunity to take over and now the team is yours. Well, no, Drew is the first option if something were to happen to Sam Darnold. I don't see them going to Milroe as that first option unless you are 10, 11, 12 weeks into the season and he's put together a bunch of good practices. He looked good in preseason. He's understanding coverages. He's saying the right things when you're having these football type of conversations. It's hard to be a quarterback, man. It takes a lot of prep. So that's why you have Drew Lock.
Last 2.5 minutes or so here. One thing we got into with Greg related to this, though I didn't have us make the cuts. I'm kind of just thinking of it now, was about what to expect from this team. And he was like, I know what to expect with Mike McDonald. I'm excited to see this defense. I think they've got lots of good weapons. I don't even know what to think with the offense.
Yeah.
There are so many new pieces. And while we're talking about Milroe, I'm realizing, Bump, that I'm also thinking like, well, I don't really know. I don't really know what the Milroe, offense. I'm assuming it's a Taysom Hill package that you're kind of rolling out. But I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what the strength of the offense is going to be. I don't know how the identity is going to be with the offense. I don't even know if they're going to be good.
You don't. I think they will. I think they'll be better at things that they weren't so good at last year, but I also think you might have a step back. Say what you want about Geno. He was one of the most accurate passers in the game, and he pushed the ball down the field. I don't think they're going to ask Sam Darnold to do it at such a high clip. So what does that mean? Does that mean that the explosives are down? What is K9 going to look like? What's his offensive line going to look like? I think there's potential with this offense. I feel good about the direction they're headed based off of the film that I've watched and the personnel that they've accumulated to support Sam Darnold. But, yeah, we don't know. We're confident in the defense and Myers. I feel like Myers is going to make 85% of his field goals. You know what I mean? Because we've seen it. With this is a brand-new group, brand-new coach. But if I am just projecting or predicting what's going to happen based off of what I've seen, I think that naturally offenses start off slower, but eventually they'll get moving.
I'm going to read us a question from the text line. Don't answer it yet, though, because it leads perfectly into what we're about to talk about. The 206. Bump, what if he beats out Darnold in camp like Wilson did to Matt Flynn? I need to issue just a public statement, and we're going to decide how many similarities there are between these two situations. Coming up next.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford. You got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. The weather is warming. The sports are moving outdoors, Shannon. Maybe time to take care of that lawn and pull the old lawnmower out. Is it a time where you get a little busier as the weather warms?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. You know, what we know, particularly in the Puget Sound, we have these cold, wet winters. The weather changes, the sun comes out, and everybody wants to rush outside and do things. And I'm telling you, that's great, but you got to take time, listen to your body. You got to prepare your body for those activities. You don't want to go too fast, too soon. So warm up, stretch, make sure you have flexibility, a little bit of conditioning, because if you're conditioned and ready and prepared, those activities outside are going to be so much funner, if that makes sense. You're an athlete yourself, Brock. You know how important warming up is.
No, I like funner. I think they would tell you more fun, but I kind of like funner, and that's exactly what IRG is. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. Remember, that's irgpt.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Looking for Mother's Day weekend plans? Well, take Mom out to T-Mobile Park for an unforgettable day of Mariners baseball. The team is squaring off in a 3-game series Friday, May 9th through Sunday, May 11th. And on Mother's Day, the first 10,000 moms will head home with a brand new clear structured purse, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. A Mariners game is the perfect place to celebrate with Mom and the whole family. Lock in your seats today at mariners.com/tickets.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
Dayandnight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
Dayandnight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are winners of 7 series in a row. They just swept the Angels thanks to a 9-3 win last night. 6 of those runs being scored in an explosive 7th inning. They've got an off day today, extra innings at 7 p.m., and then they open up a series against the Rangers tomorrow at 5:05. A quick check-in on the scoreboard. Reds up 5-1 over the Cardinals heading into the bottom of the 7th there. The Diamondbacks in the top of the 9th up 4-2 over the Mets. And then you've got a rain delay between Twins and Guardians.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. A question that Bump and I just got during our last segment, in which we were talking about the ways that the Seahawks offense could use Jalen Milroe in his first season, was, hey, do you think that Milroe has a chance to unseat Sam Darnold as the starter, much like Russell Wilson did to Matt Flynn in 2012? This is not the only question I've seen about this, nor the only time that I've seen the 2012 quarterback battle referenced in terms of Milroe and Darnold. And I really wanted to take time to talk about it. I think it's an interesting conversation, but I also think that there's a lot we get right and a lot we get wrong about comparing these two things. So I'll start by saying I think they're fundamentally different, but I think it's also worth exploring the ways that they might be a little similar and then the ways I think that they're different.
Right.
So we'll talk about some of the crossover. To you, the most obvious crossover with what's happening with the Seahawks right now with Milroe and Darnold and what happened in 2012 is what?
You got a quarterback who's a one-hit wonder, who got a bag, who's getting paid, and you drafted a rookie quarterback in the third round. Was Milroe third round? Just like Russell Wilson in third. So what's going to happen here? But I think that Sam Darnold's one-hit wonder was a little more impressive than Matt Flynn's one-hit wonder. I don't remember Matt Flynn's numbers, but I remember the feeling he gave me.
Mm-hmm. It was not like
it was not what Sam Darnold did this past year. So the table is set already. You're looking at the scenarios and thinking to yourself, could this be the same situation? But coming out of Wisconsin, I believe Russell Wilson was just a better thrower, better prepared for the quarterback position. Played in the Rose Bowl, I believe, and I honestly think that Milroe's completion percentage was higher than Russell Wilson's at the time, but Russell had just had more reps and has shown to be a more ready quarterback. But the table's set. Like, the situations look exactly the same when it comes to that.
Do you know what a dupe is?
What's a dupe?
A dupe is where you have an expensive product, like a handbag. I see them in this. There's probably non-handbag fashion examples, but let's say it's a handbag, a pair of shoes, a makeup item that's really expensive. So like a $45 lipstick tube. And then they'll be like, okay, here's a dupe from the drugstore. And it's just the cheaper version that looks and seems mostly the same.
It's that fake stuff.
Exactly. So it's just saying like,
Call that bootleg.
No, not even bootleg. It'll be like, this is a completely different brand. So like, it'll be a dupe for this YSL, whatever, is like L'Oreal. It's a completely different brand.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of probably trying to be that, but it's not a straight knockoff. And it's just a cheaper version. But on its face, you go, okay, these look similar.
Mm-hmm.
I totally see it. Like, I see the vision. They're the same color, the same container, whatever. That's how I feel. I feel like what's happening now is a dupe of 2012, where on its face you're looking and you're going, these are both the same color shoe. These are both the same shape backpack, whatever it is. Like, they both look the same, and I can see the very clear surface level things. Third round picks, quarterbacks that are more mobile. Shoot, if you want to make it the thing that people don't want to mention, you have white veteran quarterbacks who are brought in and younger black quarterbacks who are coming in who are mobile quarterbacks, right? Like, I'm not going to lie. I think that's part of the comparison because it looks and feels on the surface level to be so much the same story. And I know that's not all it is, but I'm just saying, like, when something looks the same, you start wondering if it's going to be the same. However, upon closer inspection, you're right. There are differences with both players on both sides. So when Matt Flynn came in, he was one of, if not the most in-demand free agent quarterbacks, in large part because he was young, but also had like a great final game. Like his final start for the Packers, he threw for 480 yards and 6 touchdowns.
6 of them things.
You know what I mean? So you go into free agency being like, I just sunk a half-court shot.
Mm-hmm.
And now everyone's like, oh, my God, what else can he do? Maybe he's been riding the bench when he should have been a starter. But he was a 7th-round pick who never made a lot of waves, never played a full season, started 2 games over 5 years. This is not what Sam Darnold did. Sam Darnold is a former number 3 overall pick who clearly has a better tool set entering the league than Matt Flynn did and has actually started full seasons, his latest being his most successful. But that was 17 games. Right, you know what I mean? And playoff appearances. It ended poorly. He didn't end on a high note like Matt Flynn did, but he's proven that he can start for a season.
Yeah.
So
yep.
That's where some of them start for
Mm-hmm.
me. Looking at Milroe, I think that the question with Russell Wilson wasn't, is he accurate? Can he be a quarterback? It was, is he tall enough? Truly. That's what people worried about with Russell Wilson. He's undersized, and it was 2012, so we were still having these dumb conversations about, like, oh, backyard football. Like, is he just improvising? But, like, Milroe, I think, carries, like you said, way more questions about his passing ability than did Wilson, who, like, didn't have giant questions about mechanics.
No, Wilson had 33 touchdowns, 4 interceptions his final year at Wisconsin, completed 71% of his passes. Before that, he struggled a bit. Had years 54% at North Carolina State, 59%, 58%. Did throw 31 touchdowns at North Carolina State one year, 28 the other year. So passing was never an issue. And rushed for a few touchdowns as well. As last year, Wisconsin 6, North Carolina 9, and then 2 years before that, 8 total. Ended up with 1,400 yards rushing. That's where Milroe excels when you compare the two, is that he's a better runner than Russell Wilson. But you don't want your quarterback to be a better runner than thrower. You want him to be able to throw the football.
Mm-hmm.
But no, there are similarities, man. And it feels like both teams at the time were in a transition too, right? You bring over Pete Carroll from USC. He's trying to build. You bring over Mike McDonald from Baltimore. He's trying to build. They're both defensive coaches as well. You hire your offensive coordinator to lead that side of the football. You got some pieces on defense who you feel like are going to be really good. You got Devin Witherspoon. I think you have your linebacker for the next, 3-4 years in earnest. You got Tyrese Knight there as well. Back then, they ended up drafting Bobby and KJ. At the corner position, you got Regan Spoon. You had Sherm and Maxwell, I believe, over there at the time. Yeah, you can play the comparison game all you want to, but I think it comes down to, like you said, Sam Darnold is being ready. He's more ready than Matt Flynn for this whole deal. I went back and obviously looking at Matt Flynn's numbers, I didn't even realize he just had one game. That's the game I remember.
Literally one game.
It was really just one game. So timing is everything when it comes to the quarterback position. What they're giving like $10 million a year, I believe, when he signed his deal. Sam Darnold's getting 33 to 37, I forgot. But obviously there's a bit more investment into Sam Darnold. So that's key too, is that they were willing to put up a few more dollars. Granted, the contracts were different in 2008 than they were now, but I would say that $37 million now was probably like $15 to $17 million back then. So yeah, there's similarities, man, but this ain't the same thing.
No, it's not.
This ain't the same thing.
I know that in theory you want to be asking less of Darnold than you did of Geno, because that just means you've set him up for success in a bigger way. But do you think that the Seahawks were asking less of Russ than they are of whoever's starting this year?
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean? That's an important factor too.
Yeah. No, Russ is just hand the football off and we'll see what happens. And then as he starts to make plays, obviously they expand the playbook a bit more. With Sam Darnold is, we're going to run the football, but we're going to need about 25 to 30 touchdowns out of you.
That's the thing. I'm like, who knows what Jalen looks like, man? Maybe he goes out there and it is so obvious in training camp that he's so much better than Darnold and more confident and understands plays and is just more athletic that he wins the job. Great.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he will be going into a tougher setting than did Wilson. I know that earlier in the show, I completely stand Wilson in terms of the take of him having a really solid year in the year that they won the Super Bowl. That being said, he came onto a much better and more developed team, and talented team, I should say, than is Darnold this year.
Well, we didn't know that they were that talented.
No, and the offensive line was better, and we didn't know that
because they were young.
yet.
The defense was young. So we know that there's some talent on this defense, We just don't know to what extent with a second year as Mike McDonald as your head coach. So I think, yeah, we can say in hindsight, Russell didn't know, or Russell was put in a better position. But in that moment, I don't think no one really knew how great that defense was going to be. When no one knew how great Russell was going to be. So there's a similarity there. Is you know that there's talent on this defense, but to what extent? Last year, the end of the season, playing like a top 5 defense. We know that Sam Darnold has some talent, but to what extent? Can you back up what you did? Or are you going to let this young Milroe, insert himself in this offense and get more reps and take your time away? I don't think that's going to happen. I think Sam Darnold is ready to go. He put together 17 games last year and looked good for 15.
There is a reality to it being a legitimate competition, though. Like, it's not like either of us are saying, and there's no way on the planet that minds could be changed. That's something we're both admitting might happen. The 425, I love a conspiracy theory. They said a question about Milroe is why the Seahawks never posted his draft call bump. When I tell you I was combing through their YouTube page looking for this draft call, I love draft calls. They said something was said to that the team or player didn't want to go out to the public. Maybe something that would upset Darnold. Sam is probably wondering about the secret call too. I'll say this. Maybe. I love that juicy theory. But what I'll also say is the second Milroe's name was announced, Sam knew it was on.
Yeah.
There's nothing Sam would hear in that call that he doesn't already kind of know.
Yeah, Sam knew it was on, but he also knows that he has the upper hand. He's been around the block several times, has failed in a couple of places, and just had some success. So he knows how hard it is to play good football in this league as well. It applies some pressure, but I also think that because of what he did last year, his confidence is now on another level. If he were just picked up off of what was the last team he played for? The Niners before the Vikings, and he was a backup, and he's coming over here to compete, and he had put together a year, then the pressure is a bit more heavy than it is now. But because he did what he did last year, he's tall. He's walking a bit taller, but there is some pressure, man. I mean, nothing in this league is guaranteed. Only about 5-6 quarterbacks can guarantee their spot.
Well, and how many times do we have this conversation about Geno? Like, there are levels to someone's talent and ability. I think we kind of tend to have this habit of if someone hasn't proven he's the greatest. Let me rephrase. I think it's possible that two things are true. I have questions about Darnold, see him as a transitional, bridge quarterback, and also think that he is way more talented than Flynn was when he came here. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, there's tier 1, but then there's tier 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is the conversation we were having about Geno, where it's like, yeah, Geno should be looking over his shoulder because he's not Patrick Mahomes and he's not Josh Allen, but he doesn't need to be in the same conversation as Sam Howell.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's this quarterback position, it's such a delicate position, man, because we've seen stretches where guys look good. We were just talking about Bryce Young, how he looked good for 4 games at the end of the season, and you're hoping that he can build off of that. There's nothing guaranteed that says he's going to come back and look anything like he did last year, because you have more of a history of not looking like a starter in this league. But the thing that you have to lean on is your coaching staff. You have to lean on Kubiak. You got to lean on McDonald. You got to lean on everyone else who's part of that offensive staff, and trusting them to make the right decision and to develop at the same time. I think that's going to be the toughest part, is giving Milroe the reps he needs with the better players to show that he can play in this league. Like, what's going to be their approach? Is it just Sam Darnold and nothing, and you just give it the 2s or 3s, or are you going to sprinkle in Milroe with the 1s and the 2s? And that's going to be hard to do, because you still got Drew Lock, who you have to make sure is ready if something were to happen with Sam Darnold. That's the toughest part, is how do you get that dude ready? Because you can always run with the 3s. And just listen, I was a 2, I was a 3. We ain't as fast, we ain't as strong. It's not going to be as sharp. And he runs with the 2s and the 3s. Then he gets with the 1s, and everything is tighter, and everyone's faster. Everyone's a bit more talented. How are you going to distribute those reps between him and Drew Lock? That's going to be the toughest part.
And not only that, but let's say that you're like, okay, we really want to see what he looks like with the 1s. Well, you have to your point, Darnold, there's so much newness on this team. You don't want to take away from being better, but you're in a place as a team where you're trying to figure out a lot of unanswered questions. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew for sure this is our starter and we can win with him, this is our, this person's role, and we know exactly who we are and who we want to be, but you don't.
No. So many questions.
Whose development do you risk to find out someone else's potential? Bars.
Yeah.
That was a bar.
Thank you. Did I say that?
I said that just now, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, my God.
You were looking at me when you said it.
Because I was
bar.
so excited.
Like, okay, my
Whose
bad.
development
bar.
do you risk to find out someone else's potential? It
Bars.
felt deep when I said it.
It's deep. It's
right?
deep. Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't.
No, I like it.
You know,
That's a bar.
sometimes you say something you think is really profound, and you're like, dang. And then maybe
was
if you were to
good.
write it down or see it.
Now you're making it not profound. You keep talking about it. It was good. It was a bar. Boom.
Okay. Let's go to Hype Train. First train in. We're keeping it simple, and it's always vibes. The Mariners get an 8th series win in a row. This will come, obviously, when they kick off a series tomorrow against the Rangers. Bump.
The Rangers, what are they at? You got a 2.5 game lead against those guys right now, and the Rangers have been. What have you done lately, man? You're in a series with the Athletics right now. You've lost a series before to the Giants, and then you played the Athletics before that. You lost there. Listen, I'm gonna say the bad vibes continue for the Rangers, and the good vibes continue for the Mariners, and they go for this will be number 8, number 8 in a row. Let's get it. You know what's crazy? If you just win every series, you're probably in good shape. So
True. Well, yeah, you're going to win like 95 games.
You should just do that.
Heck yeah.
You should just win every series.
I think they should simply win every game.
That'll work too.
I think if you win every game, statistically, you're more likely to make the playoffs.
You're more likely and stay
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Mariners get an 8th series win in a row. Bump is boarding. Curtis, are you?
They've got the pitching advantage in the first 2 games. Brian Wu against Jack Leiter, and then Luis Castillo against Patrick Corbin, who I'm stunned is even in Major League Baseball at this point in his career. Sunday, Jacob deGrom against Logan Evans. I would give that one to Texas. I think the Mariners win this series. I'm boarding the train. 8 in a row, baby. They may not ever lose a series again. I mean, that'd be pretty cool, right?
I think it'd be great.
You can't do that if you lose this series, so you got to win this one.
I think it would be phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, eventually they will cool off, right? Eventually Jorge Polanco will not be, hitting everything. But I just don't know that that's going to come against, to your point, a Texas team that's also struggling. I shouldn't say also. Can't relate. A Texas team that is struggling. Let's get to our next one. Bump, I'm so sorry. The Lakers will not return to the NBA Finals for the rest of LeBron's career.
Why are you sorry? Because that's clearly not going to happen. We're going to a championship. What are you talking about, man? We're going to get right this offseason. Palenko, he's going to do his same. We're going to get some bigs. Luka's going to lose that 10% of body fat. He's going to live with LeBron and follow his diet. We're going to have Ichimura is going to get better. Austin Reeves is going to continue to be a good number 3 option. No, we'll be fine. The Lakers will be back in the championship in a year or 2. Yeah, I said it right here.
The Lakers will not return to the NBA Finals for the rest of LeBron's career.
I didn't get on that train, Matthew.
Oh, you didn't?
I did not get on that train.
Bad.
I would never get on that train.
I thought you were saying they were terrible.
Undo
my bad.
it.
My bad.
We need to get it backwards, like someone kicking someone off the train. Get me off here. The Lakers will not return to the finals for the rest of LeBron's career, Curtis.
I'm boarding
You'll be
that.
the only one to board the train.
I'm boarding that train.
First.
I don't see it happening. I think he's got maybe 1 or 2 years left in him, and he's just not going to be the same kind of player. And the Lakers need a lot more around the roster than what they have right now. You've got 2 supremely talented stars, but you got to have a little bit more than that if you want to knock off Oklahoma City, if you want to knock off the Nuggets. Who have
Wish I could curse on there right now.
You've got, I mean, heck, even the Warriors are storming things up. They got Jimmy Butler playing well. It's going to be a tough sledding for LA in the Western Conference for a while.
I want to.
Stay with me at the station.
My mind
I got a spot
says
for you.
that this is not a train to board, and I believe it, and that Curtis is fundamentally right. But there's also just like a, like if there was a year where the Patriots and the Red Sox and the Bruins all won in their respective leagues. Oh, wait. And you'd be like, this just feels like unfair sportsness. I feel like the Lakers have one of those in them where you're just thinking, really? LeBron's final year in the league, he's going to win the finals, and we're going to have this shot of LeBron. I promise you, it's going to be on the cover of like every website everywhere, and it's going to be one of the most famous sports photos ever taken, and I'm going to be like, I can't believe they actually did it. I can't believe they did it.
Yeah.
It's Tiger winning the Masters in 2019, where you're like, wow, it actually happened.
Yeah.
You know what LeBron's record is in his last 14 playoff games?
0-1 and 13.
2-12.
2-12, I said. Wow.
2-12.
That's not good.
It's not. Got a better team next year.
Hype train. Travis Hunter will be Offensive Rookie of the Year.
No, I'm not bored at it. He's going to be Defensive Rookie of the Year because he's going to get more reps on defense. He's going to make more plays on defense, and he will be a lockdown corner on defense. That's how I would play him. But who knows what the Jags are going to do. They're probably playing more on offense because of Trevor Lawrence over there. He needs a weapon. No, I'm still not bored. I'm saying defensive player. Defensive
We only
rookie.
know how two other GMs felt, which was opposite, but not the Jags, not Gladstone. Travis Hunter will be Offensive Rookie of the Year. Curtis.
I'm not boarding. I'm going to go Ashton Genty in Oakland, or not Oakland, Vegas. Boy, they haven't been Oakland for like half a decade now.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I think Ashton Genty in Vegas, he runs for 1,100 yards, close to 10 touchdowns. I think that's going to be enough to get Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't think Travis Hunter will be Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think he'll still have a good season, but I think Genty seems like a very safe pick for that.
No, I don't think so. I think Travis Hunter, I am being pessimistic about like his potential at both. I think especially if he's able to not equally play both, but have stabs at playing both in the league, it'll be like, wow, he's got some highlight reel stuff and he's really good. But I have a hard time believing that he's going to end up being as gifted, as athletic, as successful in the NFL at either one of these. Like, what if he just ends up being a good receiver and good at corner, but never great at either? It's crazy to think that would be a disappointment for some people, but you know,
Yeah.
I'm not boarding.
No, you shouldn't.
Last one. Sam Darnold will be compared to Geno Smith plenty this year, and he'll throw for more touchdowns and yards than Geno in 2025.
Geno got Brock over there, Genty over there. Is Jacoby over there too? Yeah, Jacoby's over there. Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator. Over here you got Kubiak, JSN. I'm going to say that Sam Darnold does throw for more TDs and yards. I think that Geno will be more accurate, though. But
Yeah.
I think Sam will have a better year when it comes to those two categories.
Sam Darnold throws for more touchdowns and yards than Geno Smith in 2025. Curtis.
Book it. Boarding. It's happening. You heard it here first. Even though I was second up.
Okay. We're going all aboard that one. And there is by no means Geno hate buried in this. It's just that I have a hard time believing, while I would like to see it, that Seattle's rushing offense can go from near the bottom of the league to where John Schneider and Mike McDonald clearly want it to be. I think Sam Darnold will have to throw for more rushing yards and touchdowns than Geno in 2025.
He will.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
It's Matt's birthday, and the Mariners are off. So you can catch extra innings, as I'm sure Matt will, from
Matt's
7
going to be listening to extra innings on his birthday.
Yep, from 7 to 9 p.m. on Seattle Sports. Matt, what are you doing for your birthday?
I'm hitting this break right now because it's my birthday and I feel like I've earned it.
Brock and Salk.
Straight from Pierre, South Dakota, Brock. Gray, good morning. How are we feeling today?
Super excited to be a part of the Seahawks and the scheme that they do.
Are you still growing? Could we see a bigger Gray Zabel at some point?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, big thing about gaining weight is just steaks and squats. That's all you got to do to put on pounds.
Steaks and squats. Well, and you could go from bush light to butt heavy if you need to.
Yeah, exactly. A few extra carbs.
Brock and Salk. Morning 6 to 10 on Seattle Sports. The app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, fight fans, Bob Stelton here from Wyman and Bob. How'd you like to sit ringside with me at Excite Fight MMA? Seattle Sports is hooking up one lucky winner with 2 VIP tickets. That's right, you and a guest for an unforgettable night of fights on May 24th at Muckleshoot crapshoot casino resort. These seats are right next to the cage, right next to me. You're not going to find them online. This is a one-of-a-kind experience. You can enter right now at seattlesports.com/win for your shot at a fight night you're never going to forget.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. Gen Space is an LA-based senior center unlike any other. 85-year-old founder Wallace Annenberg knew how much it was needed.
I was going to do something that specialized, certainly, in an older generation that would be interested in coming together like this.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here, and I know you want to look and feel your best as you head into this new season. Are you tired of the roller coaster of losing weight just to see it all come back again? Maybe you've heard about the new drugs but are concerned with the possible side effects, or you're taking weight loss drugs but also want to learn how to change your lifestyle for long-lasting results. We can help you. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Roland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know coming your way in about 20 minutes. Get your questions in. Right now, 866-979-3776. Someone sent in one a while ago, and I lost it. Resend it. If you already sent in a what I need to know question, send another one. No, I'm just saying, someone sent it in for what I need to know, and there's so many texts that sometimes I scroll through and I lost it, so I want to make sure they get their question in. We're going to bring on, for the Farm Report, Mariners assistant GM Andy McKay in just a minute. Before we get to it, Bump, I think it's important to remind people that Ben Williamson and Logan Evans are our previous two guests for this segment, and both were then promoted to the bigs. Is Andy, after talking to us, going to be in the lineup, tomorrow against the Rangers? Like, you know what I mean? What's in store for Andy? I don't even know.
Be in the lineup?
I'm just saying, we talked to Ben. Ben was in the lineup. We talked to Evans. He's getting a start. He's on the mound. You know what I mean? Like, what's in store? Is Andy going to be in the dugout? Like, where are we going to see Andy? I can't wait.
Andy is going to be right where he is now. And
a pretty solid spot.
Getting these guys ready to go.
Excited to talk about, obviously, a lot of these guys. And I know a lot of eyes are on Everett. And the weird thing about the Mariners is some of the most exciting talent is still a couple years away. But they've been able to, as you guys know, draft and develop so many of these guys. Obviously, we've already asked quite a bit about Logan Evans. Little low.
Little low.
But we may be seeing more of Logan Evans this year. So
low.
That's a good one. Little low. Low. So, yeah, the way that I'm looking at the Mariners farm system and why I love this segment is I don't know how many of these guys are coming up to save the team if they're struggling right now. There's a bit of a gap. But this team has so many exciting prospects, and you're going to want to learn about them.
Yeah, especially one that throws with his right and his left hand.
Man.
My brain can't even make that make sense, because if you watch me throw my left hand right now, you'd be like, "Bump, are you an athlete?"
It'll be like me throwing with my right hand.
Exactly. So that's what I want to see. Where's how do you say his name? Horangelo?
Tarangelo, Curtis.
Do you pronounce the J?
Curtis is maybe on the phone.
Oh, he's on the sticks. But no, I want to see him. I forget where he is though. Is he in Everett?
I feel like everyone exciting is in Everett right now. There are some exciting names, obviously, elsewhere.
Yeah.
Certainly, I know people have asked about Cole Young, who's not in Everett.
No, he's in Everett for sure. He's in Everett.
Okay,
yeah.
But that Everett team is like loaded.
Talent everywhere.
I know. I could be on the Everett team.
You could.
No. I never could.
You could do whatever you want to. Put your mind to it.
You know what I'll say about Ben Williamson, who we were just talking about Logan and having had him on? I don't mean this disrespectfully towards Ben Williamson. Ben, I was not familiar with your game. He has, in ways that I was not expecting to so early, contributed at the plate.
Yeah, we were expecting him just to be a defensive specialist, but then he comes in his first game. He has a single. His second game, he has a hit as well. And then there was one game, I forgot exactly which one it was, where it felt like he was responsible for winning the dang game because he drove in a couple of runs. So, yeah, production from young guys, man. It's always cool when they feel that success early because you start to believe in yourself, man. It's like when I caught my first pass in a game, I go, all right, I might be able to do this. Granted, I only caught like 5 more after that.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I was like,
you could have caught even more.
I'm here. I am here now. I'm here.
All right. We're going to see if we're going to see if we can get a hold of Andy, but I'd rather get back to some Jay Buhner sound while we're waiting, just since it was a fun interview, and I know that people are going to want to know what Jay has to say about it. So if we're talking Mariners, I want to be able to utilize some of this sound that I wouldn't have had a chance to get to. You talked a lot, Bump, about thinking that Edgar Martinez may be a big part of some offensive improvement we've seen. Kevin Seitzer, also the hitting coach there, Jay Buhner thinks that he's brought a lot.
Yeah, him and Mags both have stepped right in and done a hell of a job. And it's gotten back to a little bit of small ball. And it's the unwritten rules of baseball that somehow everybody wanted to go to lift and separate and uppercut and striking out was okay. Bull crap, man. Put the ball in play and things can happen. So,
love Jay Buhner. All right, Mariners assistant GM Andy McKay joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Andy, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
Fantastic. We were just talking a bit before we got to some J Sound about Ben Williamson and Logan Evans, and we've had a chance to talk to both guys. Well, Bump interviewed Logan, and then we saw both guys debut and look really, really solid. I was hoping we could start with just kind of your take on both of these guys and what you really appreciated about either prospect before they got up here.
Oh, of course. Like all prospects they all have a very different origin and a very different path. And, I guess I'll start with Ben. He came up first, and I was on the road trip with Jerry DiPoto, and we both had kind of a similar take, which was I don't remember any of our prospects coming up and just immediately showing you this is exactly who I am. And that was from the very first game. He showed I'm going to be, an excellent borderline elite defender at third base. I'm going to give you quality at bats. I'm going to spray the ball all over the field. And that's really, it's not normal for a player to come up to the big leagues and show you like that just true version of who they are. It usually takes some time for them to get their feet up underneath them and to do that. And that was wildly impressive for him, but it also wasn't a surprise because he's kind of been that player from just day one. It was as advertised out of the draft. That was the player we thought we were drafting. He showed it to you immediately in the minor leagues and moved through those levels fairly quickly. And then it's just been the same guy in the big leagues. And it just comes off of his personality. He's a very consistent person. Doesn't get very high, doesn't get very low. And you know exactly what you're going to get every day when you interact with him or when you watch him compete. So it's been huge for us and extremely happy for him and proud of all of our coaches who had a hand in it.
Hey, during this process, when a guy gets called up, sometimes they bounce back and forth and they experience that. But what's the process like the first time a guy is called up? Is there something you guys do? Is there a meeting prior? Is it as simple as, all right, kid, get on the bus, you're going to Seattle? Like, what's the process like?
Yeah, it depends, and there's different times. There's there's players when you can, maybe more with pitchers where you can understand, hey, he's got one more start and then he's going to start in 12 days against the Red Sox or whatever that might be. And then there's other times where you find out, like in the seventh inning on Tuesday, that, hey, this guy's going to play tomorrow in the big leagues for the first time. And, but there's always multiple people that, reach out and connect. And the message is usually fairly consistent. You kind of explain what's happening to them. You try to give them as much heads up as you can. You try to be understanding of things that, like they're going to want to get their family there. They're going to want to get a significant other there. And you want to try to help them, maneuver through that. And then, they're depending upon the player, you're going to have a incredible amount of emotion going on, and all of these things are happening. And then, you've got to stand in the batter's box and on a major league field for the first time and compete against the best players in the world. And it's a lot. And so from the player development side, usually these players are coming from AAA, sometimes AA, and the manager will meet with them and try to walk them through a lot of that. A hitting coordinator or pitching coordinator will reach out to them. Justin Toole, our farm director, will. And then when they get to the big leagues on the first day, it's a combination of, what Dan Wilson will kind of walk them through a little bit of their expectations of the role, how they're going to be used and what the expectations are. And then you rely a lot on the player leadership. And we're very fortunate to have that in our clubhouse right now where, those players have all been there. They've all done it. and they're able to kind of walk alongside that player and help them through it. So there's a lot of help, and everybody wants the same thing, which is for this player to come in and play well.
Absolutely. I always wonder what those conversations are like too, right? Like sitting down with a guy. Have you ever been, I know that sometimes it can change, like maybe it'll be the manager who's the first one to say, but have you ever been able to be the first guy to tell someone?
I have. And, in general, I try to hand that off to somebody else and let them have that moment. If you can. Other times the events of the day don't allow it, and it's like, hey, I got to call this guy right now, and I got to let him know and go. But no, in general, I try to let the coach who's with him kind of have that moment and let him do it face to face and things like that.
He is Mariners assistant GM Andy McKay, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
Yep. Bye-bye.
What I need to know coming your way next. Get your questions in 866-979-3776.
Mariners have won 7 series in a row.
Baseball's hottest team does it again.
They're getting it from so many different places. You got J.P. Crawford, you got Leo Rivas.
Tell me about Samad Taylor's bunt.
Oh, that was sexy.
With momentum at their back, the M's look to keep rolling tomorrow night. Mariners, Rangers. Pre-game at 4 after Wyman and Bob. First pitch at 5:05 on Seattle Sports. Listen on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-885-7700. 800-885-7700.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Pacific Power Batteries understands batteries for golfers, batteries for your car, your golf cart, and your bag's electric cart. We also sell good, used, 5-year-old E-Z-Go and Yamaha golf carts with a written satisfaction guarantee starting as low as $17.99. Located in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Milroe, and Wenatchee, you'll find our staff is well-trained in batteries and the latest charging technology. Pacific Power Batteries, with batteries for golfers.
Get ready, because Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and P.O.D. this summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Even though it's still early in the season, are the injuries on the Mariners, in particular to starting pitchers, creating a team more focused and unselfish, like we saw back in '95 after Griffey got hurt running into a wall?
No.
I don't know
No.
if that's true
Just
either.
play. You just play. You just play. Baseball's so different. Like, if we were talking football, and we got to come together. 3rd and 2. You know, like everyone's moving together. Baseball's like, do your job.
Yes. So it's hard
Maybe
to compare.
defensively, there's more chemistry there. Like Crawford to Mashaboni, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like plays like that. But no, I think it's an individual team sport.
It's slightly
do
more
your
selfish
job.
sport.
Yeah.
I think what might happen, I do think winning creates a better atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've covered locker rooms, granted football, but locker rooms following not just losses, but bad seasons versus good seasons and winning. Everyone's in a better mood. And I think that winning with a chip on your shoulder does create kind of a feistiness. And you could view injuries as a chip on your shoulder. I think this team was already dealing with those two things, though. Plenty of doubt, plenty of question
You're
marks.
underdog.
You know, yeah, they
You
were
better
already
always
an
have
underdog.
a chip on your shoulder.
It's a good question. I don't know
Yeah.
that it's true for this team,
Nah.
but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how they are moving forward. 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Okay, this is a longer one.
All right.
Bad news. The football gods call you and say 6 of the 11 Seahawks draft picks will completely flame out. Good news is the football gods promise you the other 5 will have long careers, with 3 being solid starters, 1's a star, and 1's a superstar, and they're going to let you choose. You get 3 solid starters, 1 star, and 1 superstar.
I want the superstar to be Milroe because
It pays off.
quarterbacks, you know, do
Yeah.
their thing. You said a starter?
A star and 3 starters.
A star. Then I want Zabel to be the star.
Okay.
And then 3 starters. I want Arroyo. I want Eamon Wari. And I want important.
No changes to the first two. I think the last three, if you were choosing starters, more interchangeable. Like you could do someone that's like, hey, maybe Martinez. You know, you want to be able to run the ball. But ultimately, I'd co-sign on that choice. Certainly for the best two.
Yeah.
All right. 866-979-3776. What does the outside temperature need to be in order to swim in an outdoor pool or lake?
75 plus.
This is a controversial question.
80. Forget that.
No,
80.
I think like 80 plus 85,
Yeah.
and it needs to have been like that for a month.
Yeah, that water need to be sitting in 80 for
I
a
am
few
not
days.
touching an outdoor pool or lake certainly not in like late April, May. No.
Lakes are just cold regardless, man. Coldest lake ever been. Lake Wenatchee is coldest. I mean, it's straight
Yeah.
glacier water, so it makes sense.
I mean,
but
it depends. Yeah, like Chelan is always freezing, even if you're there in 100 degrees. But a smaller lake in like just a random neighborhood, like end of May, certainly June, July, August, September, great swimming
here's
months.
the thing. I'm no longer swimming in lakes. If I can't see the bottom, I'm not touching it.
Someone said wimps. No, I just
Yeah.
don't want to jump in a
From
freezing
Cali,
cold
dog.
lake.
I'm from Cali.
Yeah.
You ever been
But that's
to the
not fun.
Atlantic?
That's also not fun.
You ever been to the Atlantic Ocean?
I've seen it. Yes.
It's
the
like
East Coast,
70
yeah.
degrees.
It looks freezing and horrible.
No. Florida, the ocean's like 70 degrees.
Oh.
It blows your mind.
But what about sharks?
I'm sure they're lurking.
I don't like that.
No, either.
No, I don't like that at all. Like I like swimming in something where it's like there are no animals.
You see the bottom.
I see the bottom. No animals allowed. You know, not even fish.
I can swim in the Bahamas because I can see what's going on down there.
Someone said, is the pool heated or is the key? No, it's not heated. So it's just what's the outdoor temperature? Matt Curtis?
70. I'm out there in 70.
You're getting in a
75.
lake at 70?
Yeah.
No, that's reckless.
Okay.
That's an insane.
Remember when we had
idea.
a bet a few years ago and Stacy was supposed to go to Lake
No, because
Washington?
everyone no, because everyone
never actually did it.
No, everyone misunderstood the bet. Everyone misunderstood the bet. It was that the Seahawks were not going to take Carter.
Sure.
That's what it was.
It was years ago.
That was the bet.
I'm not over it.
What I need to know, Bump, if you could win a Masters and get a green jacket, but you could never play golf again, would you do it?
That's cruel, man.
Well, you have to answer.
That is cruel.
Well?
Nah, man, I gotta play golf. What else am I gonna do?
Wow, so you're going to play golf,
I'm not
but
hooping.
never win a Masters.
That's my life now.
Wow. What are you, Rory? Just kidding. He just did.
Yeah, right. Put some respect on Rory's name. Grand Slam, baby.
Man. So you would forego winning the Masters and getting a jacket, and I'll throw on, and you get to pick the dinner.
Yeah, I need to play. I need to compete. That's what I compete in.
Wow.
We get DiGiorno pizzas for everybody.
DiGiorno, you already know.
What would be, if you knew your Masters dinner was kind of like your last calling card, like you'll never be able to play golf again, would you kind of troll the Masters dinner? Go DiGiorno pizzas?
Oh, yeah. It'd be DiGiorno's. It'd be nachos from the movie theater. It'd be nasty quesadillas. Throw some Taco Bell in there.
Uh-huh.
I just have everybody just losing their stuff.
Someone said, Stacy's from SeaTac also. Did you swim in Angle Lake growing up down there? Yes, I did, which is why I feel like I'm an expert on lake temperatures. It's true. It's true.
Expert on lake temperatures.
866-979-3776. Someone said, y'all are a little soft. I've already been swimming. What? I don't care. I don't care.
I really don't either.
That's too cold.
I really don't.
No. Let's see. What I need to know. Got any show recommendations? Netflix, Apple TV, Prime, Max? I need some help. Oh, I like our next question.
I started watching this thing on Netflix. It's like the challenge on MTV.
Oh, is it the
Camp?
Mr. Beast thing?
Nah. It's like they're in a camp. It's so bad.
What? Oh, I wish you were better at this.
I know. I wish I was.
I
too.
already recommended The Studio. Survivor is a great watch, and if you've never gotten into it, it's never too late to start. What I need to know, if all three shows, Brock and Salk, Bump and Stacy, Wyman and Bob, were in canoes for a race, who finishes first, who's second, and who are still fighting the whole time?
Who finishes in first? We do.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confident enough saying that.
We do. Who finishes second? Actually, I think Brock and Salk might get us.
I think it's Brock and Salk, me and you, and Wyman and Bob fighting the whole time, which is ironic because they're the two biggest dudes. Like, collectively as a show, they could finish first.
They could.
But I don't know.
Actually, Stacy, the more I talk about it, I think we're last.
No, but we wouldn't be fighting.
I think we're
but we
last.
wouldn't be fighting. We're not last. We're not last.
I think we're
No,
last.
we're not.
You're going to get so tired
No,
so
we're
quickly.
Not. We're not last.
We're
This
last.
is going to be us in that canoe. It's going to sound exactly like that. I'm going to be like, no one's listening to me. The
We're
battle is
last.
on this side.
Hey, the show's called Battle Camp. It's pretty dope.
Battle Camp?
Battle
Okay,
Camp.
check out Battle Camp.
Check that out.
Wyman and Bob, probably last place in the canoe race. Coming your way next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Nick Ebenwari is with us. Nick, how are you, man?
Super blessed, super grateful, but yeah, I feel like I should have gone a little sooner, but I landed in the right spot ultimately. Had a great connection with them, so I'm glad I ended up going to the Seahawks. But in my notes, in my phone, like I kind of had like an NFL, it's personal list, so like that's a funny thing I for myself.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dave Wyman joined by the mayor of the city of Lacey, Andy Ryder. Andy recently underwent successful treatment for prostate cancer. His treatment method? Swedish cyberknife. Andy, what would you say to anyone considering prostate cancer treatment?
I'm feeling very confident about my treatment with CyberKnife. I absolutely recommend it for anyone who has been diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Reach out to Swedish Cyberknife directly at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners begin a series in Texas tomorrow night, starting at 5:05. Meanwhile, the Rangers are currently playing their final game of a 4-game series against the A's. They're down 3-0 heading to the bottom of the ninth. That would be the third loss in 4 games to the A's. So it'll be an interesting Texas team that Mariners face. Brian Wu on the mound for the M's, Jack Leiter for the Rangers tomorrow at 5:05. A couple more updates around the AL West. Lance McCullers Jr. will start Sunday against the White Sox. It'll be his first MLB appearance since Game 3 of the 2022 World Series. And according to ESPN's Kyler McDaniel, the A's will call up their #2 prospect, right-handed starter Gunnar Hoglund.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We've got Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman here with you today. One guess as to which one this is talking right now. I'm not Dave. I'm not Bob either.
Hey, at least you didn't start the show by going, hello? You remember that one, Matt? That was Curtis Rogers, I think, was behind the glass for that one.
I'm sure Matt has the audio, though.
It was a
we
bad
can find
start.
that if you get lucky.
It was a bad start.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what did you
We're
say
off to a
after
good
that,
start.
though? That's what's key. How did you recover?
How about welcome to the show?
Not the this thing's on.
Yeah. Well, we'll get Bob back probably tomorrow.
Well, I don't know. It's so nice out. Maybe
maybe that's it. I didn't even
of the
think
weather.
about that. He's playing hooky right now.
I envy him because that was my plan. It is one of the nicest days of the year. The water is right there, looming out in the distance, and I was like, you know what? I might play hooky today. And Bob said, no, I'm going to do it first.
Yeah.
So
he beat you to it.
Bob will be back tomorrow. Meanwhile, we have a loaded show this afternoon. Going to be a lot of fun, Dave. We got good football insight and good baseball discussions coming up. John Morosi at 2:30. Paul Moyer, who we haven't talked to in what feels like a long time.
Well, not since the draft.
Not since the draft. Not since the Mariners have continued to win. I don't know. Moyer. Moyer might want to talk all baseball. Who knows?
I'll tell you what, we might need to do an hour with
An
Paul.
hour with Moyer.
I want
Is he
him to
aware
break
of that?
down every single player and just talk about this Mariner team, man. This is a really exciting time right now for Seattle sports, right? I mean, you've got and it's not with the Mariners, they're not getting it done in the classic way. They're getting contributions from everybody. And then by all accounts, this is I would say this, it's the least complained about draft that the Seahawks have had, I think, since I've been covering the team. Yeah. So, I mean, there was complaining later on sometimes, like with Aaron Curry. I think everybody was happy with that pick at the time, but then that didn't really work out. But, as far as just everything lining up, as far as need goes, maybe you could nitpick and say, maybe the cornerback position wasn't addressed the way you wanted it. But for the most part, like, the number one need was offensive line, particularly guard, and they got who they thought was the best one. But then on the other side, you got the Mariners, just scrappy team, man.
Mm-hmm.
Love what they're doing right now.
Yeah, and we'll hear from your favorite player, Cal Raleigh.
Yes.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, the Cal Raleigh Show with Shannon Dreyer at 5 o'clock. Derek Klassen, the co-host of the Athletic Football Show, will also join us at 3:30. We'll see if his draft insights kind of echo what you've been saying and what we've heard, Dave, from a number of guys that you guys have talked to. Eric Edholm, Dane Brugler, everyone that's been on the station. Daniel Jeremiah had a lot of good things to say with Brock and Salk as well, that every single person, it sounds like, does love a lot of what the Seahawks did. And you're right, that if it's a complaint, it's maybe kind of a nitpicky here or there of, well, they didn't do this, but I do like what they did here. And we'll get to that with Daniel Jeremiah. There's one potential pick that he thought could go the other way, but then had a reason why he kind of liked that. So we'll get to that a little bit later. But you mentioned the Mariners, and we came on after their win yesterday. A total team effort. Dan Wilson kind of broke it down, how this offense came to life in a huge seventh inning and got them another series win over the Angels.
I think that just being aggressive can be a huge benefit, and you look at a small thing like a ball getting away from Ohapi and Cal making a really aggressive read and getting down to second base on that pitch. That's just heads up baseball. That's just being aggressive, getting himself into scoring position. It's wanting to get 90 feet more or 90 feet closer to home. So anytime you can do that, I think you're putting yourself and the team in a lot better position, and that's what these guys have continued to do since spring training.
It seems like everything's working right now. Yeah. I mean, you got Cal and both catchers had stolen bases. So I mean that was cool. Was it at one point I was driving in, so I was listening to it. Was there a pitch out? And then they threw somebody out on base. I'm trying to remember.
The Mariners did have a guy caught stealing, yeah. So Garver threw a guy out too.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about, and I think it was a pitch out. So, yeah, it's kind of, you don't see that often with the Mariners. But, I mean, just every little way that you can do it. I mean, like I said, it's a scrappy win. You've got Samad Taylor laying down the perfect bunt. And I was also listening to that as I was driving in. And Rick Riz said, if you'd have taken a ball in your hand and just rolled it into the exact right spot, a bunt can be laid down. You probably couldn't have done any better than that. So, you're just getting those kinds of plays. You saw Emerson Hancock, that no real hard contact.